crisis in governance. So at that time, I wrote to the GAO, which is the congressional watchdog. They're designated to look out to see whether or not these laws are actually implemented and followed. And I got back a response. I wrote them in December of 2019 about this withholding of funds for Ukraine. And I got back the letter on January 16, 2020, with their answer. And in this letter, GAO says, and I quote, "Faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those Congress has enacted into law," end quote. Pretty standard definition of what everybody would normally understand to be the requirements of the Constitution. And since the Trump administration and Russ Vought violated that, the GAO concluded, and I'll just read the operative sentence, "Therefore, we conclude that OMB violated the Impoundment Control Act." Simple, declarative sentence saying that they violated the law. And the person who was the head of OMB when they violated that law was Russ Vought, the person who's nominated for another tour of duty as the head of OMB. So the whole idea behind the Impoundment Control Act, as I've discussed, is the president's not a king in our system. We have a system of checks and balances. And under Article 1 of the Constitution, the first article, Congress has the power to appropriate funds and direct the use of those funds. And we do it through bipartisan debate in both houses of Congress. So when Russ Vought refuses to promise he will comply with the law, what he's saying is he will not respect the Constitution of the United States. And if we witness what's been happening just in the first 17 days of the Trump administration, we're seeing this disrespect for the law in action by the White House, including by OMB, and Russ Vought's not even gotten there yet, but his fingerprints are all over the actions taken to date. Because I think people will remember, seems like a long time ago now, but OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, issued a statement. The president issued an executive order, and then they issued a statement that, quote, "temporarily paused all activities related to the obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance," end quote. So immediately upon them taking that action, we saw community organizations all over the country all of a sudden not able to receive really important resources that they use to support priorities in our country. So I began to hear, for example, from firefighters in the state of Maryland, volunteer firefighters. I also began to hear from those groups that provide assistance to victims of domestic violence, to organizations that help remove lead from our water so our kids don't get lead poisoning, initiatives to improve the health of the Chesapeake Bay, my state of Maryland. Now, at the time, it was claimed that Medicaid was exempt from this order, but states at that time were locked out of their Medicaid payment portals. So to my colleagues on the Republican side who said, this is just part of the normal process of transition in government, this is not normal. And Elon Musk taking over federal agencies is not normal. So, as I said, I heard first from a lot of the volunteer fire departments in my state of Maryland, because there's a federal program, grant program, that helps them purchase equipment so that when firefighters go into a burning building, they have protective equipment and safety equipment that lets them breathe in a room full of smoke. We heard immediately from a housing agency in Maryland that helps hundreds of families find safe, affordable places to stay. They were suddenly locked out of the portal for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. An organization in Prince George's County, Maryland, that uses federal grants to help survivors of sex and labor trafficking reclaim their lives, saw their funds in jeopardy. A nonprofit in Baltimore County that uses federal funds to provide food, housing, and emergency assistance to families in need, they also saw their funding cut off. In Montgomery County, Maryland, there's a nonprofit that uses this federal grant money to run programs for permanent supportive housing, to take care of senior men with disabilities. Many of these elderly gentlemen have experienced extended bouts of homelessness, and they currently have a place to live with dignity in a small neighborhood with the care they need. If they lose their money, they lose their support, they will all end up in shelters. So, Mr. President, I'm pleased that the courts looked at that action that was taken through executive order. They looked at that OMB memo cutting off the flow of funds for essential community programs. And the court said, no, you can't do this. We need time to determine what all the facts are here, and two courts issued temporary restraining orders on that action. One a court in Rhode Island, a federal court, and one here in the District of Columbia. But this administration is still at it in many different ways. They're still issuing executive orders when in fact they cannot do what they want to do by executive order. They need to come to Congress and go through the process for making laws. Presidents just can't issue EOs that are not consistent with their powers under the Constitution. I spoke earlier today about what was happening over at the Agency for International Development, an agency, a pretty small agency within the overall budget of the United States that plays an essential role in our foreign policy and our national security policy. Elon Musk, sent out a tweet saying that he was putting AID in the wood chipper. This is an organization that saves lives overseas, and one of the things they do is help other countries combat infectious diseases so we can stop them overseas before they come to the United States, because of course infectious diseases recognize no borders. As part of that, they cut off funding for the PEPFAR program, which is a bipartisan initiative first launched by George W. Bush. It's a program in Africa that has saved over 25 million lives from HIV/AIDS. Put it in the wood chipper. That's what they want to do. So I am grateful that the courts have intervened and halted, at least for now, these illegal actions. But, Mr. President, we should not rely on the courts of the United States to do work that we should be doing here. We should not be insisting that they have to fight all of our battles for us. We need to be pushing back here in the United States Senate. We are not a government for Elon Musk, by Elon Musk. We are a government of the people. At least last I checked the Constitution, it begins "we, the people." So this is a reminder of why these nominations are so important, because the person who we're considering for the head of OMB wants to ignore that law. But that's only part one of the plan outlined in Project 2025 to allow for the Elon Musk takeover of the federal government and allow for these other illegal actions to be taken. I spoke about the Impoundment Control Act, but the other part of Project 2025's plan is to get rid of a lot of the merit-based federal workers who do the business of the U.S. government every day in agencies across the federal government, whether they're food safety inspectors, whether they work at veterans hospitals, whether they work for the FAA. These are people who are doing the nation's work on behalf of the American people. And what Project 2025 wants to do is to convert many of those merit-based civil service positions in our government to political cronyism-based positions. So rather than have people selected into the merit civil service system based on their knowledge, based on their experience, based on what they know as opposed to who they know, Russell Vought and Project 2025 want to convert about 50 to 60,000 merit-based civil service positions into political cronyism positions. Now, I think it's really important that everybody understand that when a new president comes into office, the president, of course, has the prerogative and authority to bring in lots of people at the top of that administration. Of course, many of them are cabinet officials or other officials who are subject to the advice and consent of the United States Senate. But there are tens of thousands of others who are currently civil servants, but when a new president comes in, they get about 4,000 political positions. 4,000 people. But what we're seeing here from Project 2025 and Russ Vought is what's called Section F plan, Schedule F. So what does Schedule F do? It would implement this idea of giving the president or claiming to, by executive order, convert these 50 to 60,000 merit-based civil service positions into just politically based systems, positions. So why do we have a merit-based civil service in this country? I think it's worth going back and looking at the history, because we've had the merit-based system since the late 1800s, and it's that system that Donald Trump and Russ Vought want to tear up. So why did we develop the current system? It used to be that these federal positions were based on the spoils system, the spoils of political victory. So when a new president came in, that president could just bring in whoever the new president wanted. If you wanted to be in charge of a harbor or run a post office, you didn't get there by knowing about ships in the case of the harbor, or a mail system in the case of a post office. You got it by helping the president get elected. And then the president would say, well, you helped me get elected, you're going to get this job, even if you're not qualified. So, Mr. President, if these desks, these 100 desks in this chamber, could talk, they would be screaming a warning to us about the dangers of going down the road that Russ Vought and Donald Trump and Elon Musk want us to go. Here's what Senator Henry Clay of Kentucky said during that debate back in the 1800s about the existing spoil system that was in effect then. Here's what he said, and I quote, "It is a detestable system, and if it were to be perpetuated, if the offices, honors, and dignities of the people were to be put up to public scramble, to be decided by the result of every presidential election, our government and institutions becoming intolerable would finally end in despotism, end quote. That was the warning from Henry Clay about that old spoils system that Trump, Musk, and Vought want to go back to. Here's what Senator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts said back then, and I quote, "The power of giving offices affects all who are in and all who are out. Those who are out endeavor to distinguish themselves by warm personal devotion to the president, while those who are in resolve not to be outdone in partisanship. A competition ensues, not of patriotic labors, not of rough and severe toils for the public good, but of complacence, of indiscriminate support of the executive measures, of pliant subserviency and gross adulation," unquote. We want our federal employees, the rank and file folks who do the work of the country every day, we don't want them to have to take a political loyalty test to get their job. We want them to take a test that shows they've got the qualifications to get it. Here's what Senator Warner Miller of New York said, quote, "Worthiness can no longer gain an entrance to public office, but that it can only come through the favor of some man who has climbed up by this system until he is in a position to reward his followers." Again, warning of the peril of politicizing the hiring of federal employees that conduct the everyday work of our government. And finally, Senator Charles of Missouri said, and I quote, "Under such a system, it cannot be otherwise but inexperience and rascality. You are no longer surprised at the frequency of mail robberies which are perpetrated in post offices. You see the smugglers in the ports lying in wait to take advantage of the inexperience of new officers or the aid of dishonest ones," unquote. And even the great author Mark Twain got in the action here and commented on that system that we had, the spoils system based on politics, not merit. Here's what Mark Twain said, and I quote, "We will not hire a blacksmith who never lifted a wedge. We will not hire a school teacher who does not know the alphabet. But when you come to our civil service, we serenely fill great numbers of our minor public offices with ignoramuses," unquote. So this was a big problem for the country back in the 1800s. Indeed, in his inaugural address in 1881, President James Garfield said, and I quote, "The civil service can never be satisfactory until it is regulated by law. For the good of the service, against the waste of time and obstruction to the public business caused by the inordinate pressure, and for the protection of civil servants, against intrigue and wrong," unquote. In other words, again, this is President Garfield warning that the system that had been in place was a danger to the public good. So President Garfield provided a warning to the country. It didn't come soon enough. They hadn't enacted the legislation to fix the problem yet. And 6 months after that inauguration, President Garfield was shot and killed, assassinated by a man who worked on the Garfield campaign, but who was disappointed over not getting a spoils job. President Garfield's assassination, his death, shocked Congress into action. So they finally created the modern civil service process to be insulated from politics, at least with respect to all the jobs under the top political jobs which presidents have the right and authority to hire. They created through the Pendleton Act what we call the merit-based civil service, where you have due process rights, that you can't be fired because of your political affiliation, and you don't get hired based on who you know, you get hired based on what you know. And so this is the system that Russ Vought and President Trump and Elon Musk want to destroy through Schedule F, an executive order, Schedule F. Now, look, the good news is that I think at least 3 lawsuits have already been filed to try to enjoin this illegal action. But it should tell us a lot that the person who has been nominated to head OMB, the person who said that he refused to commit to complying with the law during his Budget Committee hearing, would be advancing Schedule F. And why do that? Because it's all part of the plan to put in place lackeys who will do your bidding no matter what, who won't put the interests of the country first, but who will answer to the political call. Exactly what senators back in the late 1800s warned against. But that's what they want to do. They want to take us back to the late 1800s spoil system. And as I said, they not only want to bring in 50 to 60,000 political cronies for these positions, one of the first acts President Trump took was to get rid of the inspector generals. So you bring in your lackeys, you get rid of the independent inspector generals, and that just gives Elon Musk carte blanche to do what he is currently doing right now. So this has nothing to do with more government efficiency and everything to do with setting up the executive branch of the federal government to respond to the desires of the folks who were sitting right behind President Trump, right down the hall at his inauguration, Elon Musk and the billionaire tech titans and others like them. And one of the things that the billionaires want are even more tax cuts. They don't like the fact that as very wealthy people, they have to make a contribution to the public good, or they want to reduce the contribution they have to make. And we know that Republicans over in the House of Representatives have been down in Miami with President Trump, planning exactly what form all these tax cuts will take. Well, I don't think we really have to guess at it because we've seen this movie before in the first Trump administration. They enacted their trickle-down tax policy, big tax cuts for the wealthiest in America, tax cuts for big, very profitable corporations, and they made a lot of promises back then as to what the result would be. For example, they promised that giving tax cuts to very rich people in these corporations would end up generating so much additional economic activity that we would recover the cost of the revenues lost by giving those very wealthy people a tax cut. Not even close. Not even close. Deficits went way up. As I said, I serve on the Senate Budget Committee. I ask experts from both parties who come testify on different issues about whether or not that tax cut paid for itself, and the answer is always no, because it didn't. Now, they also promised that these tax cuts to very wealthy people would end up generating additional activity at the corporate level. So the idea was that if you give a corporation a big tax cut, that corporation will invest more of its savings that it has into plant and equipment and grow the economy. Well, that didn't happen either. What happened was those companies engaged in huge stock buybacks, which disproportionately benefited these huge stockholders. You know what else they promised? They promised that if you gave those corporations big tax cuts, that they would use some of the savings to increase the wages for their employees. After all, profits of corporations are generated by the hard work of their employees. So the idea was, okay, you have more money, you got this tax cut. At that time, President Trump and his and his administration promised that workers would see an average of a $4,000 a year pay increase. Did not happen as promised. So here we are again, and the Musk folks are going through federal agencies. Russ Vought is working to install himself again at OMB. And all of this is a prelude to another round of big tax cuts. And again, these are going to come at the expense of everybody else in America. Because even as we gather here, we've been seeing various plans come out of the House of Representatives Republican caucus. They're talking about dramatic cuts to Medicaid, which is a program that serves tens and tens of millions of people, including our seniors and people with disabilities. They're talking about dramatic cuts to food nutrition programs and many, many, many other cuts to important investments for working Americans across the country, all to help pay for or offset the costs of those tax cuts for the wealthy. Now, I think we've also heard President Trump talk about all the money he's going to collect in tariffs. I want to say something about tariffs here, because I support strategically targeted tariffs to protect critical American industries. But an across-the-board tariff on every single product being imported in the United States, that is nothing more than an increase in sales tax on every American. Americans pay that at the end of the day. And I can tell you that Elon Musk is not going to feel the impact of an increase in sales tax, the tariff increase on his bottom line. But working Americans will feel it around their kitchen tables. We will see grocery prices go up. We'll see other prices go up. In fact, if you think that this is somehow a freebie that is only paid by other countries, let's remember that last time, after China retaliated with their own tariffs, the Congress, passed a bill that provided $28 billion of taxpayer money to farmers who were no longer able to sell as much product into China because of the retaliatory tariffs to China. We all end up paying, the American people ended up paying $28 billion. So don't tell us there's not a cost to consumers and American taxpayers for all of this. There is. We'll have a lot more to say in the coming days about some of the accounting tricks we're already hearing are going to be played through this tax cut process that will hide, at least on paper, the impact on the deficits. But right now, we're hearing about directing the Congressional Budget Office, which is our independent referee on budget issues, to assume that big tax cuts on top of the current law won't generate increased deficits. What, of course they will. So more on that later. So, Mr. President, I want to end just by talking a little bit about why this is such an important moment. I started by talking about the first 17 days. In that first 17 days, we have seen President Trump hand over to Elon Musk huge powers, and he's using that entree given by the president to conduct illegal operations across the federal government. Courts are very busy today. It's like whack-a-mole, hearing cases, putting TROs, temporary restraining orders, on cases. But as I said, they shouldn't have to do that. The courts shouldn't have to do that. You would think that members of the Senate would stand up and respect the Constitution of the United States and Article 1. What are my Republican colleagues going to do when we have a Democratic president that says, I get to cherry pick the laws of the United States? I'll just implement what I like and ignore what you passed into law. That's what's at stake here. That's the danger when Russ Vought, who's going to be in the cockpit at OMB, the Command and Control Center for the budget of the U.S. government, refuses at a budget committee hearing to say he'll comply with the law. It's no wonder that the Republicans did not want to hold the vote on Russ Vought in committee in public. They wanted to have it behind closed doors here in the Capitol. That's why Democrats on that committee didn't show up, because we think the public has a right to know what's at stake here. And that's what we're debating now here on the floor. So I urge my colleagues to recognize that the person that Donald Trump has nominated for this position is somebody who said he wanted to visit hardships on the federal employees throughout the federal government, and a person who refused to say that he would follow the law. Colleagues, I urge a no vote on Russ Vought to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, earlier this morning I met with Prime Minister Netanyahu here in the Capitol. We had a good discussion about Israel's security and about the imperative of the return of the rest of the hostages who have been held in Hamas captivity for well over a year. I enjoyed a candid personal discussion with the Prime Minister and was pleased that both Republican and Democrat colleagues were later able to join for a bipartisan conversation. After a number of my Democrat colleagues boycotted Prime Minister Netanyahu's address to Congress last year, it is good that Democrat leaders chose to attend this meeting. It would have been even better if Democrats had chosen to support the illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, and we had been able to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu that the Senate had passed this legislation in response to the International Criminal Court's illegitimate targeting of Israeli leaders. But unfortunately, 2 weeks ago now, all of my Democrat colleagues, all of them, save one, voted to block this legislation. The Democrat leader actually celebrated the fact the Democrats had blocked this legislation, even though allowing the ICC's rogue actions to go unchecked could put not only Israelis but Americans in the ICC's crosshairs. That's right, Mr. President. Responding to the ICC's illegitimate targeting of Israeli leaders is not just about protecting our ally Israel. It's also about protecting our own citizens, our own service members in particular. Just a few years ago, the ICC opened an investigation into American service members, despite the fact that, like Israel, the United States is not a party to the ICC and thus is not under its jurisdiction. It was good to hear this morning President Trump will impose sanctions in response to the ICC's targeting of Israeli leaders and to protect American service members. I'm grateful that we have a president who will stand up for our citizens and for our ally Israel, as he has made clear already, including with his decision to prohibit funding for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. This agency not only has a history of anti-Israel sentiment, but has a number of workers with ties to terrorist groups. And actually, if you can believe this, had workers participate in the October 7, 2023 attack. I was also pleased by President Trump's decision to withdraw the United States from the so-called Human Rights Council at the United Nations, which unfairly targets Israel. And I'm grateful that President Trump is taking a strong stand against one of the greatest enemies of peace in the Middle East, Iran. Iran has spent decades fomenting unrest and terror, including providing funding and training to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And the President's recent national security memorandum was a welcome statement that Iranian aggression will no longer be tolerated. The President has restored the maximum economic pressure campaign to bankrupt Iran's nuclear ambitions and its terrorist proxies. Mr. President, it's good to see this kind of leadership. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for meeting with us and assure him of the United States' continued support for Israel. And I look forward to working with President Trump to defend our allies and to protect our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would ask for the dispersal of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today with grave concerns about the nomination of Russell Vought to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget, or more popularly known as OMB. If confirmed, this would be Mr. Vought's second time in this post. And based on his past performance and his radical views, I believe it would be reckless to confirm his nomination. Most Americans will be unfamiliar with OMB and the work that it does, but OMB touches every major government policy and every cent of federal spending. OMB sits at the center of the budget process, overseeing everything from the initial development of agency budget requests all the way through executing funding appropriated by Congress. OMB also plays a critical role in the regulatory review process and ensures that agencies' reports, rules, and testimony are consistent with administrative policies. All of that is to say that every regulation and every investment in the American people, our infrastructure, domestic manufacturing, small businesses, healthcare systems, you name it, goes through OMB. That role as a central clearinghouse of all executive branch spending and regulation comes with significant authority and requires a high level of trust as well as fidelity to the Constitution and law. Unfortunately, the Trump administration's OMB has already broken that trust with Congress and the American people and the Constitution. While not yet confirmed as OMB director, Mr. Vought's influence over the agency can be felt even now. And because in part, he played a central role in developing the Trump administration's policy agenda in Project 2025. And also because of the way he ran the agency as director and deputy director during the first Trump administration. As Senator Peters, the ranking member of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, pointed out during Mr. Vought's confirmation hearing, there are numerous examples of OMB flouting the law during Mr. Vought's previous tenure. The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office found that OMB broke the law 8 times while Mr. Vought's leadership by directing certain federal agencies to continue to operate during the 2018-2019 shutdown. GAO also found that under his leadership, OMB violated the law by withholding vital security assistance to Ukraine that Congress explicitly provided, putting our national security at risk. The Trump-appointed Inspector General for the Department of Housing and Urban Development found that OMB, under Mr. Vought's leadership, inappropriately delayed disaster relief funding for Puerto Rico following the devastation of Hurricane Maria. With the level of natural disasters that are unfolding, no senator, Republican or Democrat, should empower someone who delays and denies disaster relief. This record is troubling and has set the stage for the actions taken by the Trump administration in its first few days in office. Last week, the acting OMB director issued a memorandum instructing federal agencies to freeze funding that had been authorized and appropriated by Congress until it could be determined that the programs align with Donald Trump's ideological views espoused in Project 2025. Again, a manifesto that Mr. Vought helped write. That means that President Trump's OMB, just days into a new administration, has wasted no time in usurping Congress's congressional authority over government spending by withholding funding previously approved by Congress on a bipartisan basis. This illegal action, initiated through OMB, demonstrates just how important and powerful the OMB director position is. With Mr. Vought at the helm, everyone should fear that OMB will zealously pursue a radical agenda that includes withholding funding from Americans based on their religion, their thoughts, their appearance, or political affiliation. In evaluating federal spending for ideological purity under federal funding freeze, the Trump administration cast a wide net, scrutinizing funds for grants for law enforcement, veterans care, disaster relief and mitigation, and even the 988 suicide prevention lifeline that has proven to be extremely effective in dealing with the epidemic of suicide we've seen in the nation over the last few years. Even for a time, Medicaid funding was held up. And that funding is not just for low-income Americans. It's one of the major sources of the funding for nursing homes throughout the country who are taking care of the parents of working men and women all over this country. To shut those funds off means literally to push those people out of those homes. Even now, the administration appears to be holding funds, for example, to fix an interstate bridge in Rhode Island that closed due to a catastrophic engineering fault that was detected. It seems as if the administration is now concerned about woke bridges as well as other woke issues. Even now that a federal court issued a temporary restraining order to block the funding freeze, I continue to hear from Rhode Island agencies and organizations that are struggling to access federal funds that have already been awarded, with no answers from the administration on what the problem is and how they plan to fix it. I fear that this funding freeze is emblematic of this administration's more broadly process of putting out directives with little to no thought or coordination, without anticipating, and more importantly, without caring about the negative impacts that reckless orders like this could have for the American people and American businesses. It's important to emphasize that the Trump OMB does not have the authority to freeze funding. Back in 1974, Congress passed the Empowerment Control Act, which effectively makes it illegal for the president to ignore the law and not spend funds which Congress has appropriated. The Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse. And the Empowerment Control Act, it is an important tool in retaining the authority by clarifying that the president has no inherent power to reject Congress's will when it comes to lawfully appropriated spending. The Empowerment Control Act has never been found unconstitutional by any court of law. It is the law of the land. Yet both the President and Mr. Vought have said that they believe the Empowerment Control Act to be unconstitutional. And Mr. Vought has not only repeatedly refused to commit to following the law, but has publicly pushed the President to break the law and impound. Neither the President nor his unelected OMB director can pick and choose which laws they like and which ones they're going to follow. And neither the President nor his unelected OMB director can pick and choose which components of congressionally passed funding laws they want to implement. To be clear, this isn't just a matter of policy disagreements or over funding priorities. Democrats and Republicans have and will continue to have disagreements over where we should prioritize federal funding. But we resolve those disagreements in Congress in a bipartisan manner, working together to pass appropriation laws that benefit the country. It is this or any other administration's obligation to follow these laws. This is Congress's constitutional role, and I will remind my Republican colleagues that we must not cede our obligations under the Constitution to any other branch of the government. And I've been astounded, quite frankly, that so many of my Republican colleagues seem willing to let this administration walk all over this Congress on this issue. And I have no doubt that these funding freezes are a test of our obligation to defend the Constitution of the United States, to play our role in the constitutional scheme. Trump and his acolytes are counting on a cowed congressional majority and a compliant Supreme Court stacked with justices who are willing to ignore decades of precedent to sanction this lawbreaking. As Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy wrote in the Wall Street Journal last year, quote, Mr. Trump has previously suggested this statute, the Empowerment Control Act, is unconstitutional, and we believe the current Supreme Court will likely side with him on this question. I want to be very clear. I don't believe for a moment that Donald Trump has any idea what the Empowerment Control Act is or does. But right-wing activists like Mr. Vought do. They are fanning the flames in hopes of overturning the law so they can radically reshape the federal government to their worldview. And what is that worldview? Rather than serving the American people, they seem to want to punish Americans. Punish them for holding different political views. Punish them for being low income. Punish them for being sick or homeless. In particular, they want to further erode trust and belief in government so they will make the government less efficient by pushing out the people who answer the call to serve the country and their fellow citizens as federal employees. In a recent speech, Mr. Vought put it this way: we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically effective. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. Now, there's a common adage here in Washington: show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. We haven't seen President Trump's budget yet, but back in 2023, Mr. Vought produced a budget plan entitled A Commitment to End Woke and Weaponized Government, which was designed to assist House Republicans in their new majority. In it, Mr. Vought called for extending the Trump tax cuts for the richest Americans and paying for them by cutting domestic funding by $3.5 trillion. For example, Medicaid would be cut by $1.1 trillion, food stamps by $400 billion, and eliminating the Affordable Care Act tax credits would also be included in the mix. I think it gives a pretty good indication of where the Trump administration's priorities lie, and it's certainly not with the average American. There's another reason I'm troubled by Mr. Vought's nomination, and that is disdain for Congress as an institution. Despite having drawn a number of paychecks as a congressional staffer, he has shown little contempt for the Congress. As I noted earlier, when Mr. Vought served as the acting director of OMB during the first Trump administration, he was integral to the 2019 effort to withhold almost $400 million in military aid for Ukraine, an event, as my colleagues will recall, that led to Trump's first impeachment. Mr. Vought's contempt for Congress was on full display when he defied a congressional subpoena to produce documents and to testify in the impeachment inquiry. He even went as far as to turn to Twitter to publicly call the House of Representatives inquiry a sham process and to say that he had no intent to comply with the subpoena. Mr. Vought has also refused to cooperate with the Inspector Generals and has advocated that the President exercise emergency powers to circumvent congressional decisions. This is not an individual this Congress or any Congress should put its faith in. He has shown us who he is and how he views this institution and our Constitution. And as such, we should not confirm his nomination. And that, Mr. President, I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
so my colleagues continue to make the very strong,
Senator,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
My colleagues continue to make, starting yesterday afternoon through the night and now on into the afternoon here, my colleagues continue to make extremely strong and powerful case against Mr. Vought becoming the head of OMB. As I have said before, you couldn't have a person with the worst ideology in the most powerful position in the government. And the damage he will do to the American people is enormous. And we will see it week to week and month to month if, God forbid, he gets confirmed. I would make a plea to my Republican colleagues. You know that this man's views are so hard right that even most of you don't agree with him. And yet, to go along and vote for him because of pressure from the White House or somewhere else would just be misserving your constituency, whether they be liberal, conservative, rural, urban, suburban, red or blue. This man is a slasher. He has shown no respect for people and their needs. His goal is simply to cut everything, almost without regard to how important these programs are, so that he can cut taxes on very wealthy people. To put him in such a powerful position as OMB, to put the man who is the architect of Project 2025 as head of OMB, to put the man who has one of the worst ideologies in the worst position is just a real dereliction to what America needs and America believes in. I strongly urge my colleagues to reconsider and vote no. I'm proud that every Democrat will vote against this awful, awful choice. And now I yield 5 minutes of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Warner.
The senator has that right. As Senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd hope I'd be standing here today talking about lowering costs for Americans or tackling the housing crisis. Or as the former Secretary of Labor in Delaware, I thought I'd be standing here talking about jobs and the economy. Unfortunately, the actions over the last 2 weeks have cast a long shadow over our work and our discourse in this body. And instead of speaking about lowering the cost of goods or housing crisis or jobs. I stand before you armed with the voices of Delawareans. Instead, today, I am speaking about the actions of the Trump administration that are sowing fear, confusion, chaos, and in homes and workplaces across America and around the world. But know this, I stand before you filled with a spirit of love for my constituents in my great state and also for my country. Like many of my colleagues here today, my goal is to highlight how these things that are occurring are impacting my state, but also to instill some hope. In the tradition of my faith, there is sort of like a prescription. There are some things that you should not forget. The first is that trouble don't last always. The second is it won't last always if we walk together and don't get weary. And then the third is that joy comes in the morning. So I am speaking to you, America, as we face these precarious times, at a moment when instead of having a president to bring us all together, many feel divided. But if we hold on together, the morning will come. I was first elected to the House of Representatives in 2016 and began serving in 2017. It was after finding and marrying and then losing the love of my life to blood clots. My husband, Charles, went on a business trip, played a game of basketball, ruptured his Achilles tendon, and blood clots went to his heart and lungs. And at the age of 52, this vegetarian who worked out every day left my life. I remember that pain, that heartache, like it was yesterday. I understood viscerally what the words heartbreak really mean. But almost a year after Charles's passing, it was the fall of 2015, I was only sort of just on autopilot in the grocery store, and I saw a dad with 3 kids in front of me put back grapes because they were $9. It snapped me out of my own pain, and it made me realize how blessed I am. I'm going to be okay. But a lot of other people were hurting. A lot of other people were struggling. And I decided at that time, having never run for anything in my life, to run for the House of Representatives, and I won. Today, I stand before you, and I see that dad and those kids. And I think about all that we've been through over the past couple of weeks and ask, have these actions made his or his children's lives better, more prosperous, safer, or at peace? I'd venture to say no. Let's recap just a small portion of the past few weeks in the Trump administration 2.0. Last week, the administration sent a memo. Here's the memo from the Office of Management and Budget, directing critical agencies to freeze federal tax dollars, the taxpayers' dollars, from being spent on critical services and programs approved by Congress. This blatantly unconstitutional directive had and has the potential to cause massive harm to Delawareans and has sown nothing but confusion and chaos for all Americans. Police and fire departments up and down the state of Delaware could go unfunded. Military families stationed at Dover Air Force Base could lose access to critical programs. Construction projects with shovels in the ground could go unfinished as workers are laid off. Community health centers may be unable to provide critical primary care. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, as I gave a speech before the National Association of Community Health Centers, the health centers in the state of Florida were closed. Opioid overdoses could rise as prevention programs end. Children of working families could go hungry when free lunch programs stop. These are not partisan programs. In fact, many of these are popular bipartisan initiatives. They are exactly what the vast majority of Americans want our government to be funding. But with the stroke of a pen, President Trump tried to defund programs already signed into law, making Delaware and every other state across the country less safe, less healthy, and less stable. And to make matters worse, when the pressure mounted from the people, members of this chamber, the attorney generals around the country who fought in the courts, federal judges stepped in and halted the freeze, and then the administration doubled down on their decision. Here's what the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, posted on X. Quote, "This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo. Why? To end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's EOs on federal funding remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented." Let me be clear. If the president wants to have his federal budget reflected in his priorities, he is able to. He should submit a budget proposal to Congress like every other president has done. Beyond this unlawful budget freeze, this administration and an unelected and unchecked billionaire have threatened and in some cases delivered on massive civil servant layoffs and unconstitutional firings. Because of this, almost 1,500 calls alone have come into my office about, quote, Elon Musk taking over the government, end quote. In Delaware, there are thousands of civil servants who have dedicated their lives to public service. People who care deeply about ensuring we have meals for seniors, services for our veterans, and educational opportunities for our children. This past year's budget was debated, negotiated, agreed upon, and on a bipartisan basis. I remember it clearly as negotiations lasted right up until almost Christmas Day. While I was still a member of the House, we worked to avoid a harmful government shutdown. That brings us to this moment. Tonight, this chamber will vote on the leading architect of Project 2025. The actions we are seeing are part of the blueprint. The funds are critical taxpayer dollars used to conduct vital services that our communities rely on. Yet, this administration is disregarding the law and the Constitution. Why? Some say to give tax breaks, not to all, but to billionaires. Or, as I call it, reverse Robin Hood. From USAID to the Department of Labor to Treasury to the thought of abolishing the Department of Education, everyone will be impacted. Let's take a look at what could be on the chopping block if those things that we already approved don't go into effect. Public safety, grants for law enforcement and homeland security activities will cease. Disaster relief, as many communities are struggling after severe natural disasters, most recently in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and California. Infrastructure projects, our roads, our bridges, our ports, and more. Public transit could be halted, including projects already under construction. Combating fentanyl, the crisis that we see right now in our communities of substance use disorders, this could be impacted. Biomedical research, there will be immediate pauses on all funding for critical health research, including research on such important diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Head Start and child care could be affected. Funding for Head Start programs that provide comprehensive early childhood education for more than 800,000 kids and their families could be cut off. Teachers and staff would not get paid, and programs may not be able to stay open. Even in our K through 12 systems, the programs for children with disabilities, the children who have needs will be impacted. And as the former Secretary of Labor in Delaware, I can tell you our higher ed and our job training programs could be affected, from student loans to Pell Grants. Health services, federal funding for community health centers that provide health care for over 30 million Americans will be immediately frozen, creating chaos for patients trying to get their prescriptions, a regular checkup, and more. These health centers that are trusted by so many are concerned and fearful that they might not be able to provide the care that they know their patients need and deserve. Small businesses, the Small Business Administration would have to halt all of their services to small businesses that might be in ravaged communities like North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. Our veterans who have served us so mightily. Federal grants to help veterans in rural areas access health care, and grants to help veterans get other critical services, including suicide prevention resources, transition assistance, housing for homeless veterans, could be cut off. Needless to say, this freeze would cause devastation in our communities. Last week, my colleagues in Delaware, as part of our congressional delegation, Senator Chris Coons and Congresswoman Sarah McBride, joined with myself, our governor, our mayor, our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, our Governor, Matt Meyer, and over 250 other statewide officials and leaders to talk about what we were hearing from Delawareans. These folks in state and local government, education, the nonprofit sectors, and more were concerned about this directive, and we assured them that we are working to address their concerns together. Again, I just want to say that again. Overnight, 250 organizations and partners got on a Zoom to talk about the impact and what we can do together. We had spoken to our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, about her prompt legal action against this unconstitutional directive and are grateful for her partnership, as well as all of the attorneys general across the country who are fighting back in the courts. And the phones in our offices have been ringing off the hook. We are hearing from Delawareans that are nervous about how these things will impact their everyday lives. I'd like to share just a portion of what my team and I have heard. First, from our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings. She provided a statement. For Delawareans, federal funds are not just money on a balance sheet. They are public safety. They are health care, housing, and heating. They are preschool and infrastructure. They are the medical research that gives our loved ones a glimmer of hope when they get sick and conventional treatment fails. This is not a game. These are promises that the United States made to Americans. Breaking those promises is stunningly indifferent to millions of people's lives, including millions across the country who voted for President Trump. The impact in Delaware has not just been seen as hypothetical. On Tuesday, February 4th, the Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control received an email from the U.S. Department of Energy requesting receipt of its earlier directive to cease federal funding. So 8 days after issuing the OMB memo, 6 days after trying to walk it back, and 4 days after being told by a judge to cease and desist, the Trump administration is still creating confusion and uncertainty regarding our ability to draw and obligated federal funds. That's not all. As of yesterday, as of February 5th, the Delaware Department of Health and Social Services still could not access grant funds to protect children from lead paint poisoning. Let me repeat that. 1 week after the administration supposedly rescinded its OMB memo, and 4 days after a federal judge told them to cease and desist, the Trump administration was still withholding funds that keep 5-year-olds safe from lead paint. Not Democrats, not Republicans, 5-year-olds. This kind of gamesmanship is no way to run a government. It is immoral, it is illegal, and it is going to hurt people. The second is a letter from our governor, Matt Meyer, the governor. Honorable members of the United States Senate, I write to you today not as a blue or red state governor, but as a public servant. I am deeply concerned for the well-being of the people of Delaware and our nation. President Trump's recent executive order freezing federal funding has the potential to place an unprecedented strain on our communities, our institutions, and our citizens who rely on these critical resources for their daily lives. This funding freeze has already reverberated throughout our state, creating chaos at the thought of jeopardizing essential programs that serve our most vulnerable populations. Federal grants supporting healthcare, education, infrastructure, and public safety are at stake, potentially leaving our agencies scrambling to provide the services our people need and deserve. This topic is not a matter of political ideology, but of governance, responsibility, and duty to the American people. The federal funds in question are not mere numbers on a budget sheet. They represent meals for children, medical care for seniors, and security for families. A prolonged freeze on these resources will only exacerbate economic instability, stifle job growth, and erode our people's trust in their government. I'm going to say that one again. A prolonged freeze on these resources will only exacerbate economic instability, stifle job growth, and erode our people's trust in their government. I urge this Senate to act swiftly and decisively to mitigate the potentially devastating impact of this funding freeze. Whether through legislation, whether through bipartisan negotiations, or direct engagement with the administration, we must ensure that our states have the resources to serve the people effectively. Delaware cannot afford to wait. The American people cannot afford to wait. I implore you to put aside political differences and work together in the best interest of the citizens who have entrusted us with their futures. The time to act is now. The third is from Dr. Tony Allen, president of Delaware State University, our HBCU, a premier HBCU in the country. And I will read some excerpts from his statement. On the federal grant pause, the short-term risk is upwards of $10 million for DSU, which would significantly impact our ability to operate through the end of the fiscal year, the end of this fiscal year. Delays impact cash flow. In the long term, though, our $30 million in federal grant funding, including almost the whole of our research portfolio, would have devastating impacts on undergraduate research, experience, and faculty scholarship, not to mention the related contributions to the local community. Finally, financial aid is a big mystery and could be over $75 million if not dealt with effectively. We have drawn down most of our financial aid for the year. We do have tranches that can be included before June 30th. But Dr. Allen describes the impact on these pauses and grants and the loans, and if this continues, what it would mean. It would be significant. For context, about 71% of Delaware State University students are Pell eligible. This could have impacts not only for those students in this present moment, but as Dr. Allen said, even the surrounding community to the school. Whether they have the students there who can then go on to patronize different restaurants and shops and be a part of society, the professors who are there, whether they will have the dollars to do the research that is necessary. This will have profound impacts on all of us. I also want to share a statement and information from our, it's called the Delaware Alliance for Nonprofit Advancement. We affectionately in Delaware call it DANA. And DANA is headed up by Sheila Bravo, the president, and she sent a few-page letter with some of the impacts and some of the concerns that the nonprofits in our state have. Delaware nonprofits have shared the following impacts to their organizations and the people they serve should their federal funding be reduced or eliminated. And I just want to say, as a person who headed up a nonprofit in the state of Delaware, I was CEO of the Urban League. As a nonprofit, you depend on some stability, just like the for-profits, just like a big business. You need stability. You need to know what to expect from your budget, how to hire people, and so how to even provide the services. These groups are impacted on a daily basis in the lives of Delawareans. So providing vital assistance to at-risk and vulnerable populations, including our seniors, children, new mothers, the unhoused, those dealing with substance use issues. For many of these groups, federal funding is a lifeline that allows them to continue serving these residents. Any decrease or elimination in funding could be catastrophic. Should these organizations close their doors, seniors would go hungry. People facing mental health crises would not have critical assistance. At-risk children would be vulnerable to abuse. Justice-involved individuals would be far more likely to reoffend, and sexual assault survivors would be forced to deal with their trauma alone. Please note that some of these stories below have been submitted anonymously for fear of retaliation for vocalizing their concerns, which is another big concern to folks. They are concerned that if their information, their private information, is available to folks that don't even have security background clearances or who aren't trusted, what might that mean to them? What might that mean to their organization? Anonymous. The two Victims of Crime Act grants cover the personnel costs to 2 sexual assault therapists who service victims and survivors, including teens. The Sexual Assault Services Formula Grant Program covers the personnel and operational costs to the Crisis Helpline and the Rape Crisis Service that includes 4 staff members listed on the grant. So imagine a victim of sexual assault not having a hotline to call into. There not being someone there who is trained and understands and can provide the resources and the services. Imagine that. What they said at the end of their comments to me was no funding, no service. Another was impact life. They said to me, The loss of federal funds would significantly impact our ability to continue offering vital programs such as harm reduction, pregnant and parenting women, and building communities of recovery, as well as halt the building and renovation of 2 new recovery homes. Now, I don't know about you, but I think every single person has been touched in this country by someone who has been a victim of substance use disorders. And so the thought of these programs not being there, it's unconscionable. These programs are essential to the health and well-being of our community, and the loss of funding would make it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to continue or supplement them. Nearly 60% of our organization's programs are at risk, which would drastically reduce our capacity to serve those in need. Last year, Impact Life served over 16,000 people in Delaware. 16,000. That might not be a lot to some other states. That's a lot of people to the state of Delaware. That's a lot of families that will be impacted. Without these crucial federal funds, we would be unable to provide the level of support and resources that our community relies on, leaving many without access to services they need for recovery and well-being. The Delaware Community Reinvestment Action Council, quote, "We will not be able to sustain tax representation impacting hundreds of low-income families awaiting a refund." So again, here's an organization that actually helps individuals to get their refunds. It helps individuals to really take advantage of programs that have been in place for years to help strengthen our economy. And yet and still, this money, because when those refunds go out, that helps support that family. That family can then buy shoes for their kids. They can then pay the rent. So again, the impact is real. This one is from Prevent Child Abuse Delaware. We face the prospect of potential layoffs of at least 2 personnel of our team of 9. So they've only got a team of 9, and they're dealing with preventing child abuse, and they could lose 2 of the 9. The prospective partnerships, which are currently in development with the Department of Public Health and the Department of Education in the area of infant early childhood mental health consultation, would likely not move forward. These are things that we already funded, agreed to, that these organizations are depending on to serve families and children. Community programs building protective factors for at-risk families would cease, and more children would have increased susceptibilities for abuse and neglect as more parents and caregivers experience adversity and stress, increasing their likelihood of entry. So imagine, not only are we going to cut the programs, but then we're also going to lay off or fire their parents, which would, I think, lead to more trauma and more stress and more economic hardship, and also lead into the child welfare system and the criminal justice system. If we say we're about second chances, if we say we're about making sure that our country is one where bills like my Clean Slate Bill, which is bipartisan, which allows those returning citizens to have an opportunity, why would we endanger these programs? Then there's the way home. According to the way home, we service individuals coming out of prison that represent at-risk populations that are currently being targeted. With money being frozen across the board, their basic needs, housing, transportation, and food, make them extremely vulnerable to violate their probation and be placed back into prison. The Delaware Regional Dream Center, which also talks about their staffing needs. Project New Start, which also talks about 100% of the justice-involved individuals that they serve by their agency. It's provided by this federal funding. And the Modern Maturity Center in Delaware. Without the funding identified above, the Modern Maturity Center would not be in the position to provide adult daycare services, caregiver resource services, or senior employment opportunities. The administration of the SNAP program would have to be discontinued. This would remove the opportunity for seniors to apply for the supplemental food assistance at the Modern Maturity Center. The largest impact on the community will come through the Nutrition Services Program, because every day the Modern Maturity Center provides meals to approximately 2,000 seniors in Kent County, Delaware. Without this funding, it could be discontinued. I could go on. The Coalition for a Safer Delaware. Delaware relies on it for suicide prevention, domestic violence intervention, community violence programs. We passed legislation in a bipartisan way to deal with safer communities. They need the money. And then the Freedom Center for Living Independent. Again, they will feel the impact. Our citizens with disabilities as well. The HELP Initiative is also another one. I told you how these misguided actions would impact families, workers, seniors, people with disabilities, and many others in my state. But we must meet these words with action. We must keep the pressure on, because we know that in this moment, it is all hands on deck. Delawareans know that I have a proven track record of working across the aisle. It has been my top priority in serving in the House to find bipartisan solutions and to work on behalf of Delaware and the American people. And my top priority is to continue to do that and have it front and center in the United States Senate. It's why, after seeking out the voices of Delawareans and asking the president's nominees the questions that we needed to ask, I am so committed to making sure that we continue this fight. Within the past few weeks, many promises have been broken, and we see the recklessness on display of these harmful things and what they will do to our communities. So I stand here today to say that I am voting no on vote. I am voting no on vote. And I will do everything in my power to stand up for the people of Delaware and to deliver, even when it feels dark, bright hope. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair.
I yield to my colleague from Kansas.
Mr. President, I appreciate the gentleman from Virginia yielding. Mr. President, I appear before the United States Senate today to ask for support and for adoption of a resolution honoring the memory of 67 lives that were lost in a tragic accident that occurred last week over the Potomac River, and to recognize the heroic efforts of hundreds of first responders who supported the rescue and the recovery operations in the aftermath. Last Wednesday, January the 29th, American Airlines Flight 5342, traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., and U.S. Army Aviation Brigade Priority Air Transport 25 collided over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan Washington National. There were no survivors. This collision is the deadliest aviation incident America has witnessed in nearly 25 years, and I am heartbroken at the loss of life and the pain experienced by family, friends, and loved ones of the victims. This loss is personal. It's Kansas. This loss is personal. I've taken this flight many times. My wife and I have taken this flight, as have thousands of other Kansans traveling from our home state to the nation's capital. Since this crash, we've learned that, as expected, Kansans were among the victims. And I extend my prayers and deepest condolences to the friends and family of all 67 victims from across the country and even around the globe. Among the victims are husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, friends and coworkers. There are not words, we know, to express the devastating loss that families and friends of victims are now experiencing. Even as we mourn the 67 killed in this tragedy, we are reminded of the American spirit of solidarity and support displayed over the course of the last 8 days. I trust that this spirit will persist as we continue to mourn and to heal. I'm joined by several of my colleagues whose constituents are among the victims. Their participation demonstrates that this loss is felt not only at home in Kansas, but across the country. We're all grieving, and together we can help bear each other's burdens. Immediately following the crash, hundreds of first responders from more than 40 local, state, and federal agencies responded to the scene, working tirelessly through the night and into the days that followed on rescue and recovery operations. The first responders from the District of Columbia, from Virginia, and from Maryland, along with various federal agencies, acted bravely, swiftly, and courageously in harsh conditions. This resolution commemorates the victims and acknowledges their loved ones' deep loss. And we will promise in this resolution to continue to help carry those burdens for them. This resolution also expresses gratitude to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel, to all the first responders who arrived to try to make a difference, and they did. Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to join my colleagues from Kansas and Senator Warner, who I believe will be here in a few minutes, to support the resolution described by Senator Moran. This is personal to me in two ways. Obviously, as the senator from Virginia, many of the victims on the American Airlines flight and two of the three soldiers who were killed on the military helicopter flight deployed from Fort Belvoir in Virginia were Virginians. And so our community has been very touched by this. I was at a vigil on the riverbank in Alexandria last night with members of the community, the first responder community, local officials, and others who feel this wound very deeply. And so that is the first personal connection that I have to this tragic event. But I also rise as a kid who grew up in Kansas. And my mother grew up in a town, actually went to the same high school as Senator Marshall, that is not far from Wichita, the airport from which the flight departed. And so as I read the stories of the 67 who died, the Virginians and the Kansans, they were stories that seemed very familiar to me. It is hard to find words to sum up the many feelings that I have and that others have. And I said last night at the vigil that I attended that when words fail and you can't find the words, usually there are words of ancient wisdom that do the trick. And I used a phrase from Psalm 90 that I love: teach us how short our lives are so that we may become wise. There were a lot of youngsters on that flight, but we're all young in the sense of our lives are short. And the psalmist who wrote those words was trying to make a point. All of our lives are brief. All of our lives are temporal. All of our lives are mortal. And in that realization, there can be the beginning of wisdom. And one of the most powerful bits of wisdom that we gain from that knowledge is the realization that we have to bind together. In good times, yes, but especially in bad times. We have to join in community to help those who are suffering. I've been very, very pleased to see the reaction, just as my colleague in Kansas has seen, the volunteers in Northern Virginia, the Red Cross volunteers who have been out day after day, the first responders who did a difficult job in the middle of the night in frigid temperatures in an ice-strewn river to conduct first search and rescue and then ultimately recovery missions. I see people coming together, as we often do in times of tragedy. And that is heartening, if you can take anything heartening from a situation so drastic. So I strongly support the resolution, and I support with my colleagues the notion that we have to learn from this. The National Transportation Safety Board is doing a study. Their study will make recommendations about how we can reduce the chance that this will ever happen again. Thank goodness air accidents of this kind are not common in the country, and yet this tragedy has to energize us to learn the lessons of it and make improvements so that we reduce the chance this will ever happen again. And I am very devoted in the memory of those who lost their lives to that mission. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentleman from Virginia. Mr. President, with your permission, I'd like to yield to my colleague from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Mr. President, well, it's truly a humble moment to stand here with my senior senator from Kansas, a couple gentlemen senators from Virginia. I wish we weren't having to stand here together. It's been more than a week since that horrific night, but it feels as if it just happened hours ago. It doesn't seem possible. In the blink of an eye, we lost 67 brave souls. Each morning I wake up hoping it was all just a nightmare, that somehow it wasn't real, but we all know it was, and it is. The psalmist writes in the 34th chapter, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The Lord's close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. It's times like these, when grief is overwhelming, that we hold on to the promise of Scripture and the faith passed down from generation to generation, a faith that's carried Kansans through hardship and loss. We remember in 1955, a tornado leveled the little city of Udall, and 75 Kansans lost their lives. Another horrific plane crash in 1970, carrying the Wichita State University football team, and 31 souls were lost. The tornadoes, the storms, the floods, the wildfires, all these disasters have taken too many lives and left so many hearts shattered. And yet, through it all, one thing has remained: our faith and the love and support of our families and our communities. That's what's carried us before, and that's what will carry us now. But I do feel the hurt. We all feel that hurt. It's a pain that feels like a gut punch, an ache that disappears when we distract ourselves, only return without warning. But I fear for the loved ones left behind, because I know this pain never truly goes away. And I know, like my colleagues have said, there's truly no words that can capture the depth of our sorrow that we all feel right now. And we can't begin to imagine the grief of these family members. But yet we want you each to know you don't stand alone, that we're with you. We stand beside you. We're mourning with you. Our communities are wrapping their arms around you in prayer and support. And just to speak to the family specifically, we too are brokenhearted, just like you, and that we're also crushed in spirit. But yet there's hope, and we want you to know this, that even in this tragedy, God has not deserted us. He walks with us through these darkest of valleys, and He weeps with those who weep. We're praying for your strength. We're praying for God's comfort and peace to cover you all as we mourn together. And again, like my senior senator expressed, I want to express my deepest gratitude for all the emergency responders, and especially the divers who I really believe risked their own lives by jumping into a dark, fast, cold river in search of survivors. Thank you so much for doing that and for doing your job so well. Your courage will not be forgotten. I'll close with this, and I said this the night of the tragedy. When one life is lost, it is a tragedy. When many are lost at once, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. Again, to the families, we're with you, and so is our Father in heaven. Thank you. I yield back.
To the senator from Virginia, Senator Warner.
Chair recognizes the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first of all thank my colleagues from Kansas. I know you were there that night. I want to thank as well, obviously, my dear friend of 40-plus years from Virginia. We were at the airport along with friends from Maryland and D.C. by 7 o'clock the next morning. And the remarkable thing is, this is a route I take home every night. I have the luxury, frankly, of being the guy that my home is actually closer to the Capitol than in all 535 other members. I beat my local Congressman Don Byer by a couple blocks. So I drive along the Parkway each night. And I think I missed the actual collision by no less than 7 or 8 minutes. And yet we then saw a number of red lights rushing into National across the river in Maryland. And we all know that the souls on American Flight 5342 and those pilots in the Army helicopter. Awful collision. And echoing what my friends have said, we can't give you words that will get rid of that terror or that awful event. But we have seen over the last week how many young lives, so many folks from the skating world. And they were Kansans, they were Virginians, and they were literally people from, frankly, around the globe. And the contributions to their friends and families that they'll never be able to fulfill is going to leave an ache in the hearts of those families that I can't nearly articulate as well as some of my colleagues. But I also want to acknowledge that even in these moments of tragedy, there are moments of grace and heroic actions. For folks that don't live in the capital region, the kind of messy, bureaucratic, multiple jurisdictions between Maryland and the district and Virginia. Senator Kaine and I were both governors of Virginia. We used to sometimes think the Potomac was the great divide. But in a moment like this, of this tragedy, people stopped being Maryland, Virginia, the district, federal. People dropped everything. And literally, there were first responders from 40 different jurisdictions. That's remarkable. And everybody else has mentioned, whether they're divers or the folks that went into that bitterly cold river, and frankly, what they've had to do in terms of recovery of the remains in the days afterwards, the toll, emotional toll that it's going to take on those men and women literally, probably for the rest of their life. But they did what was right. I also want to say that, we have the safest skies in the world. It's because we've got good pilots, we've got valuable air traffic controllers. Clearly something went wrong here. And I think we owe to the restoration of that confidence that the sky is safe in our country. I want to applaud, the brand new Secretary of Transportation who was with us, Mr. Duffy from President Trump's administration, who was with us that morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. And those families and those first responders deserve the answers of what went wrong here. I have great faith in the NTSB. Senator Kane and I have worked with them in other tragedies in the past. They're going to do their job. They're going to find out what went wrong. And we're going to make sure that that kind of mistake is not made again. So I'll simply close by saying, again, condolences for the lost and their families. Thank you for the first responders and for all who responded. I think it is totally appropriate, and I want to thank, just on a personal basis, the fact that Senator Moran decided to put this resolution together and to bring us to the floor to kind of get that affirmation. Here we are literally 8 days after this tragedy. So thank you, Jerry, for what you've done. And with that, I'll yield back to Senator Moran.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I very much value the remarks by my colleagues from Virginia and my home state colleague from Kansas. And I would use this moment to thank all the folks in this chamber, colleagues and staff, people I work with and know, people I work with and sometimes don't know, have been so gracious and kind in their care and concern for people in most instances they don't know. It is this reminder that tragedy brings us together. It's a reminder that the Senate could use on a daily, frequent basis, that there is more that brings us together than pulls us apart. But the expression of care and concern for the people who were on this flight once again demonstrates that in the human heart, there's something that still exists about how we value and appreciate the lives of others. So, Mr. President, I ask, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 64, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 64, honoring the memory of the victims of the tragic mid-air collision between American Airlines Flight 5342 and United States Army Aviation Brigade Priority Air Transport 25 on January 29, 2025.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that this resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose Russell Vought's nomination to be the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. As the ranking member of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, I have worked hard and across the aisle to strengthen our federal government's effectiveness in providing services that Americans rely on every day, to improve transparency in the way that government operates, and to make sure that taxpayer dollars are always used efficiently. These are some of the most fundamental roles the federal government plays in the daily lives of Americans, and we are duty-bound to ensure that they continue. But if Russell Vought is confirmed to lead the Office of Management and Budget, I am concerned that he will throw these principles out the window and wreak havoc on the services that Americans count on from the federal government every day. Although it may not be the most well-known agency, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is a critical office in the Executive Office of the President, with significant responsibilities ranging from developing and executing the budget approved by Congress to improving agency performance and reviewing regulations. The actions carried out at OMB affect the daily lives of millions of Americans. And this little-known agency controls nearly every action that other federal agencies take, directing agency policies as well as controlling their budgets. OMB is charged with allocating federal resources that Congress appropriates to agencies that protect our national security, help communities recover from natural disasters, and provide vital services like Social Security, Medicare, and Veterans Services. This funding helps hire police officers and firefighters. It helps provide families with heating assistance in the cold winter months, and it helps towns and cities upgrade their roads and bridges. OMB's work matters to every American, and we cannot confirm someone to lead this office who will not act in the best interest of every American. As the great American poet, Dr. Maya Angelou, once said, quote, "When people show you who they are, you should believe them the first time." Russell Vought has repeatedly shown us and told us who he is. And he is someone who has and will continue to willfully break the laws passed by Congress at the direction of the President, to fundamentally alter how the federal government works for the American people. Vought's abject disregard for the Constitution and the rule of law, and his willingness to pick which Americans are winners and losers under the Trump administration, completely disqualifies him from serving in this important role. I want to start by revisiting the illegal and dangerous actions that Russ Vought took when he served as OMB director during the first Trump administration. During his previous tenure leading the Office of Management and Budget, Vought brazenly and willfully flouted the laws passed by Congress that direct how federal resources should be spent. On multiple occasions, Vought refused to disperse funds that Congress passed on a bipartisan basis to address serious national security concerns and to protect the safety of our country. For example, Vought directed the OMB to withhold vital security assistance to Ukraine, assistance that Congress directed to be spent with bipartisan backing. This action put our country's security at risk by extorting Ukraine, a very valuable ally, fighting to stop Putin's illegal actions. This extortion wasn't to help advance some official U.S. foreign policy or perhaps support our nation's standing and security around the world. No. It was an action intended to help President Trump politically as he tried to discredit Joe Biden during the 2020 presidential election. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Government Accountability Office investigated and confirmed that this was a violation of the law. On top of that, Vought willfully delayed sending vital disaster relief to Puerto Rico as communities were struggling to recover from the devastations of Hurricanes Maria and Irma. And again, Congress passed a law to provide this funding that was desperately needed to help recover from these destructive hurricanes. And then again, Congress passed a law specifically requiring the funds to be dispersed on time to people in desperate need. Mr. Vought delayed those funds. He broke the law and he prolonged the suffering and the recovery of communities who needed immediate help. In 2021, the Inspector General for the Department of Housing and Urban Development confirmed that Vought's refusal to send hurricane relief assistance was an inappropriate action and that it caused real harms for the people of Puerto Rico. The Inspector General report stated, and I quote, Brian Montgomery, the former Deputy Secretary and Acting Secretary of HUD, recalled telling former OMB Director Vought that OMB's actions were tantamount to holding disaster relief funds hostage. When asked what he meant by the hostage statement, Montgomery told the OIG these demands slowed down the fund of aid that was desperately needed by people in a very desperate situation. The report also concluded that this violation of the law caused serious delays in getting assistance to victims. In addition to this devastating delay, the Office of Inspector General also detailed how Vought and OMB, under his leadership, stonewalled and failed to cooperate with their independent oversight investigation. Again and again, Russell Vought ran OMB. He ignored laws passed by Congress that directed how taxpayer money should be spent and failed to cooperate with independent oversight investigation of his illegal actions. A 2020 investigation by the Government Accountability Office found that under Mr. Vought's leadership, OMB broke the law 8 more times by directing certain federal agencies to continue to operate during the 2018 shutdown. 8 more times breaking the law. Mr. Vought, it's on a record here. And when I pressed him about these actions during the confirmation hearing, Vought said, and I quote, we had a different view of the law. In the shutdown, there were a lot of precedent. We found that they aren't legal decisions. Every time you have a different play call, GAO will look at them. There'll be different views between the executive branch and the executive branch. A different view of the law? Well, Mr. Vought cast this as just a difference of opinion. What he's really saying, let's be clear, what he is really saying is that he does not need to follow the law. He thinks that he is above the law. Each of these violations underscores his consistent obstruction of oversight and a troubling tendency to prioritize political agendas over following the law, which endangers the safety and the welfare of our citizens. I have said it multiple times today, but I will repeat. Russell Vought has shown us who he is. We have a duty and an obligation to take him at his word and believe him. His repeated violations of the law have far-reaching implications on a nation that was built on the rule of law. When leaders and officials break the law with absolute impunity, then the guardrails have fallen off and our democracy is deeply broken. Mr. Vought's actions have undercut transparent oversight and have caused the most foundational, fundamental tenet of democratic governance, the rule of law, to crumble. And he didn't stop after his time at OMB was up. In the years since, Russell Vought has been hard at work memorializing his playbook to break the law and give the president unilateral power as part of Project 2025. He literally wrote the Project 2025 chapter on the executive office of the president and how to use the OMB to consolidate even more power with the executive branch. In his Project 2025 chapter, where he spells out the plain as day how he plans to violate the law against, again, if he is confirmed, he wrote that he will recruit staff who are, and this is quote, he will recruit staff who are, quote, creative and fearless in his or her ability to challenge legal precedents. Mr. Vought is saying loud, and he's saying it clear, if we confirm him as director of OMB, he will use every tool that he has to say what the law is. He gets to decide, not Congress, not the Constitution, and not the courts. That's wrong, and it goes against everything our founders believed when they wrote our Constitution and created a unique system of checks and balances. Every member of the Senate and every federal employee swears an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States as they execute their duties. I swore that oath when I joined the United States Navy Reserve, and again as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and finally here in the United States Senate. The Constitution gives Congress the power to determine how federal resources are to be spent. Article 1 of the Constitution specifically gives Congress the power of the purse. This is not some gray area. This is not unsettled law. This is written in our nation's most critical founding document. The Constitution also requires that the President faithfully execute the laws that Congress passes. Again, faithfully execute. Not that the laws should be executed and exercised by the President or Russell Vought's liking, or alignment with the President's policy priorities or campaign promises, but Congress that wrote them. And I would hope that any official confirmed or who swears an oath to uphold the Constitution will do so. But unfortunately, as I laid out previously, Russell Vought has a long history of breaking these very laws the Constitution instructs him to actually uphold. We already ran through several key examples of how Mr. Vought routinely broke the law. But I'd like to do a little deeper dive into the history of these laws and why Congress thought it was necessary to pass them in the first place. During the Nixon administration, an administration that routinely stretched the law to strengthen presidential powers, the President also attempted to use impoundment. In 1970, President Nixon began making deep cuts to programs that communities all across America depended upon to keep families healthy, to keep them fed and educated and safe. In moments throughout our history, Congress gave the President specific and limited ability to not spend the full amount of that appropriation. President Nixon, however, took the idea of refusing to spend appropriations to a whole new and disastrous level. Nixon sought to reshape domestic spending and undermine lawful congressional appropriations by broadly withholding federal funding for a wide variety of programs that communities all across America depended upon. Programs like food assistance, safe drinking water, child care funding, and programs to promote economic opportunity. President Nixon just didn't curtail select projects or limited additional funds to larger projects. His administration tried to use the impoundment to terminate whole programs that he opposed, programs that thousands of communities depended upon and that Congress legally funded. In 1970 and 1971, Nixon made deep cuts to the education, housing, and social services programs. In 1973, Nixon withheld more than $400 million from the federal food stamp program that prevented millions of children and families from living in hunger. Then Nixon tried to withhold $8 billion appropriated for water reclamation, which is used to recycle water for safe drinking, for farm irrigation, and restoring local environments. President Nixon tried to paint his efforts to withhold federal funding as a way to check inflation, when in fact this was an attempt to unilaterally reshape government without taking into consideration the priorities and the needs of American communities that are represented by their members of Congress. And that is why Congress came together to take up and pass the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. And I think this is, Mr. President, this is an interesting point. As President Nixon was doing this, these laws passed unanimously in the United States Congress. All Republicans and all Democrats in the Senate passed them unanimously. Apparently that was a time when Republican members of the Senate had a backbone to stand up to a president that was acting illegally. And even in the House it was almost unanimous. Apparently Republican members of the House had a backbone then to stand up to a president who acts illegally. The law says that as a general principle, the president may not refuse to spend funds that Congress has appropriated. The Impoundment Control Act also specifies that the president may request that Congress rescind appropriated funds. But the law makes it clear that if both the House and Senate do not approve a rescission request, agencies must disperse those funds within 45 days. The president cannot unilaterally decide to withhold funds that Congress has appropriated. Congress has clearly spoken on how and when the president can propose lawful rescissions. The Impoundment Control Act is the law of the land, and it provides transparent and democratic process to rescind funds. Procedures that reinforce core congressional principles and constitutional principles of congressional power. In case after case, federal courts, including the Supreme Court of this country, have found that the president has no unilateral power to cancel appropriations. Again, because Congress, not the president, holds the power of the purse. Even conservative judicial figures who you might expect would support broader executive powers, especially at this trying moment in our nation's history, have rejected the concept of inherent presidential impoundment. In the 1998 Supreme Court case of Clinton versus the City of New York, Justice Scalia wrote, quote, President Nixon, the Gandhi of all impounders, asserted at a press conference in 1973 that his constitutional right to impound appropriated funds was absolutely clear. Our decision 2 years later in Train versus City of New York proved him wrong. In a 2013 case before the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, Justice Kavanaugh recognized that, quote, a president sometimes has policy reasons, as distinct from constitutional reasons, for wanting to spend less than the full amount appropriated by Congress for a particular project or program. But in these circumstances, got to hear this for Justice Kavanaugh, in these circumstances, even the president does not have unilateral authority to refuse to spend the funds. These rulings and opinions further solidify the argument that such a power does not exist within our constitutional framework. Over and over, courts and legal scholars have been clear the president has no constitutional impoundment power. And again, in 1998, in Clinton versus New York, the Supreme Court struck down a law that allowed the president to unilaterally cancel appropriations, further reinforcing the principle that the president does not have that power. In 1973 and 74, the cases of National Council of Community Mental Health Centers versus Weinberger and Louisiana versus Weinberger, federal district courts again explicitly rejected arguments that the president has the constitutional power to refuse to release grant funding. The fact is that these decisions emphasize that the President of the United States has a duty and an obligation to execute the laws as passed by Congress, which includes spending appropriated funds. This well-established legal precedent highlights that Vought's persistent push for impoundment undermines the democratic process by disregarding the will of Congress, the representative body of the American people. And despite all of this settled law, throughout Vought's confirmation hearing, he doubled down on these plans, professing his intention to continue down the path of his first term by continuing to disregard the rule of law. I asked Mr. Vought during the confirmation process if he was familiar with his decisions that prohibit impoundment. His response was wholly inadequate when he stated the following, and I quote, I won't get into Supreme Court decisions regarding impoundment. We think the law in the book is unconstitutional. By advocating for the president's refusal to spend appropriated funds and refusing to tell the committee whether there are any limits to this supposed power, Vought seeks to concentrate power within the executive branch at the expense of Congress and the American people. Confirming Mr. Vought will erode our nation's checks and balances and undermines the Constitution we all swore an oath to protect and to defend. His actions disregard both the letter and the spirit of the law, which is why he is wholly unqualified to serve in a position requiring enormous public trust, a position that will literally be in the position to make life and death decisions for millions of Americans. And given his record of undermining democratic processes, eroding the system of checks and balances, and time spent violating the Constitution of the United States, we simply cannot trust him in this role. And now, even before he's confirmed by the Senate, the Trump administration has begun to implement Russell Vought's playbook. The playbook he has openly talked about and wrote about in Project 2025. Last week, OMB implemented his playbook by withholding money to communities, to families, businesses, and organizations when it froze all new and existing federal grants and loans. These actions have resulted in chaos and confusion. And every member of this chamber has heard from thousands of their constituents who are afraid the resources they are counting on will not be delivered. These actions not only break the law and wreak chaos and anxiety amongst our constituents, but they also inflict very, very real harm on families in Michigan and all across our country. In my home state of Michigan, communities and organizations received $31 billion in federal grants and loans last year, and the freeze has had immediate negative impacts. I heard from a mayor who needs the grant funding they were awarded to pay for police, for firefighters, and public safety personnel, who's worried he won't be able to pay first responders because of the freeze. I heard from small businesses who are afraid they won't be able to make payroll because of the freeze. I've heard from dozens of communities who fear they will have to put their shovels down on construction projects to improve our roads and our bridges and improve street safety and address chronic flooding issues before the freeze. I've heard from Michiganders who are counting on heating assistance during these cold winter months, who are unsure if they're going to be able to pay their energy bills. I've heard from educators who've raised concerns that the freeze would disrupt funding nearly 17 Head Start centers across Michigan that serve our youngest children. I heard from veterans who face disruptions, confusion, and anxiety over critical services. I've heard from colleges and universities that count on funding to make advances in research, ranging from preventing Alzheimer's disease and dementia to protecting our Great Lakes. I've heard from communities who are concerned about how the freeze will affect funding for Homeland Security missions and law enforcement. Almost immediately, 2 different judges, one in Rhode Island and one in Washington, D.C., put in place temporary restraining orders to start to undo the freeze and deliver needed funding to these organizations and people. But despite this, some funds continue to be held up, and OMB and the Department of Justice continue to insist that they can block funding going to these communities. This is not what hard-working families across our nation want, and certainly not what they need. Our constituents need to know that the federal government can keep its word and stand by its promises. Americans should feel confident that the services government provides are efficient and they're reliable, and that they can count on them to be delivered. If we confirm Russell Vought to be just another one of President Trump's cronies, the American people will pay the price. Once he's back at OMB, he will only supercharge the Trump administration's effort to unlawfully cancel programs that Congress has authorized on a bipartisan basis and that Americans are counting on. It's not a stretch to say that Russell Vought would do everything he could to give President Trump even more power, especially when it comes to controlling the federal budget. If the president wants to block funding to blue states, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to defund firefighters, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to cancel Medicaid benefits, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to deny victims of a disaster assistance that they desperately need, Russ Vought, we've already seen, will do it. Russ Vought's record on breaking the law and sowing chaos across government is, quite frankly, frightening. If he is confirmed, he will quite literally be in a position to alter the future of our nation, and not in a good way. But he'll also be charged with managing the federal workforce. And his record on that front, well, it's just as abysmal. When he was at OMB before, Mr. Vought pushed to replace nearly 50,000 nonpartisan, career, professional civil servants with appointees, political appointees, whose only qualification was that they had political loyalty to the president. No other qualifications, just political loyalty. The old spoils system of the last 2 centuries back again. He attempted to remove qualified employees who have years of knowledge and experience. And if he had succeeded, he would have posed a grave threat to our national security. More than 70% of the federal workforce serves in agencies that are critical to our national defense and to our national security. Other federal employees work day in and day out to respond to emergencies and to ensure that Americans can get key services like Social Security checks and veterans' health care. Mr. Vought called these hardworking, dedicated public servants, quote, villains. He called them villains. There is no question Mr. Vought has no respect for the professional, hardworking civil servants who work tirelessly each and every day to support the American people. President Trump took action on day 1 of his administration to remove qualified, nonpartisan federal workers and replace them with his cronies by issuing an executive order. Under this directive, the president's political appointees can reclassify traditional nonpartisan civil servants into scheduled policy career positions that are functionally at will. All hiring, retention, and firing decisions for scheduled policy career positions would be at the pleasure of the president's political leadership rather than the individual's qualifications or job performance. Under Vought's authority as OMB director during Trump's first term, OMB recommended that anywhere from 68 to 88% of its own workforce would be reclassified into this Schedule F. And while describing this conversion with OMB staff that he had just reclassified into Schedule F positions, he recalls saying those employees were, quote, "We don't believe in these laws that give these protections that we think made you less good at your job of serving a particular president." All that mattered was serving a particular president. Vought doesn't believe in civil service law, and I believe in those laws, and they are the laws of the land. Congress passed those laws so civil servants are better at their job of serving the American people rather than their job of serving the political pleasure of a president. Civil servants, not the president or his political cronies, are the ones who issue Social Security checks, provide care for our veterans, facilitate loans for small businesses, and safeguard our homeland security from security threats. President Trump took another step last week to remove qualified civil servants when he offered more than 2 million federal employees deferred resignation offers through a fork-in-the-road email. He may have pitched it to federal workers as a buyout, but it's likely another illegal plan to scare expert employees into leaving voluntarily out of fear that they would otherwise be fired or retaliated against by the president, so he can make way to install his cronies at all levels of the federal government. If this continues to happen, agencies will lose vast institutional knowledge, and civil servants will lose trust in their colleagues. Whistleblowers will be afraid to come forward to report waste and fraud and abuse. Taxpayers will foot the bill for government mistakes or corruption among political leaders. Foreign adversaries will take advantage of our unstable government workforce. In all of these roles, we want to trust the employees that have the right skills and experience and are informed with accurate, reliable, and complete information. Russell Vought is at the forefront of this effort to politicize our civil workforce. So, Mr. President, as I bring my remarks to a close, I just want to underscore that Russ Vought's previous tenure as OMB director and his contributions to proposals like Project 2025 has demonstrated clearly that he is not merely someone with differing policy views, but someone who fundamentally disregards the rules of the game, as outlined in the laws of Congress and those that we have enacted under the Constitution. Mr. Vought's expansive views of the President's spending authority seek to destroy Congress's constitutional authority. Mr. Vought's disdain for our hardworking civil servants who keep Americans safe and he wants to attempt to turn all of them into political hacks, loyal only to the President, completely disqualifies him from holding the position of the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And ultimately, Russ Vought's defiant attitude towards the rule of law is dangerous, and it is deeply, deeply un-American. His lawless actions threaten our national security. They threaten our economy and the well-being of the American people, and they threaten the future of our democracy. I urge my colleagues to take him at his word. Russ Vought has told us loud and clear who he is and what he will do. He's told us he will break the law. He's told us he will politicize the federal workforce. He's told us he'll destroy our government from the inside. We cannot give him another chance to inflict further harm on the American people. We must oppose his nomination, and if we fail to stop his confirmation, there is no question in my mind the American people will end up paying the price.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, every single day, millions of hardworking Americans report to work to serve their communities and their country. They're known to our government as civil servants, but I want to be clear about who they really are. These civil servants are the more than 300 air traffic controllers at the Albuquerque Sunport and airports across New Mexico who keep us safe in the air. They are the wildland firefighters battling catastrophic forest fires each year. They are the FBI agents who are working to get drug cartels out of our communities. They're the rangers taking care of our national parks and the civil engineers who manage and restore our watersheds. They are the federal customs officers and border agents who enable trade at our southern border and stop fentanyl before it enters our country. They are the inspectors and scientists who ensure the safety of our food and our medicine, and they are the countless workers who ensure our elders receive their Social Security checks on time. These are the unsung heroes in our federal civil service. The impact of their work touches every single person in our state and our country. They deserve our respect and our gratitude, not an all-out attack against them. But while these civil servants have done the quiet work of keeping our government working, Donald Trump is single-handedly forcing a partial government shutdown and throwing the lives of hardworking civil servants into chaos. We're barely 3 weeks into this new Trump administration, And it's abundantly clear that Donald Trump and his team have taken his narrow victory as a license to run roughshod over all laws, norms, and even the Constitution. Trump and Elon Musk are attempting an unlawful, hostile takeover of the most basic federal government operations, functions that so many Americans depend on. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, Trump has threatened mass layoffs of civil servants, closures of entire federal agencies. Trump and Elon Musk's Doge minions have forced access to the federal payment system. This system contains Americans' private data, as well as classified information, and processes government payments that make up more than a fifth of the U.S. economy. And I wish I were making this up, but it's true. According to a report in Wired, a 25-year-old engineer from Musk's Doge group has gained direct access, to the Treasury Department systems responsible for nearly all payments made by the federal government. This is someone whose only other experience is working for Musk at other places, at SpaceX and Twitter. This unelected, unvetted member of Musk's Doge team reportedly has administrator-level privileges. Normally, access privileges to this highly secure system are reserved for high-level professionals with years and years of experience at the Treasury Department. This breach by Elon Musk's Doge minions may expose the system to irreversible damage, undermining our individual privacy rights and our country's economic and national security. And many of us will simply not stand for it. On top of this, Trump triggered a vast and ongoing blockade of congressionally appropriated federal funds, the impacts of which are still reverberating across the nation. The masterminds, air quotes, behind this whole mess: Trump, Elon Musk, and yes, Russell Vought, Trump's nominee to lead the White House Office of Management and Budget. Let's talk about Mr. Vought and his plans. Mr. Vought was the lead architect of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, the blueprint for Trump's dismantling of the federal government. He has spent years crafting plans to circumvent Congress, our Constitution, and of course the law. Let me read to you directly from Mr. Vaught's statements in his own words. In a private speech last year at his far-right Center for Renewing America think tank, air quotes again, Mr. Vought stated that he would like to put career civil servants, quote, in trauma. Mr. Vought said, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so." He laid out how he would do this in his chapter of the Heritage Foundation Project 2025 playbook for the incoming Trump administration White House. He wrote there, "The great challenge confronting a conservative president is the existential need for aggressive use of the vast powers of the executive branch." He went on to say that success in meeting that challenge will require a boldness to bend or break the bureaucracy, meaning bending and breaking our career civil servants who carry out laws passed here by Congress. As the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, Mr. Vought was the lead architect of the president's fiscal year 21 budget proposal that called for $500 billion cut from Medicare, $900 billion cut from Medicaid, $71 billion cut from Social Security. Yes, Social Security. $76 billion cut from disability programs, zeroing out entire federal programs, including the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the Legal Services Corporation, Community Development Block Grants, and Community Services Block Grants, all to pave the way for Trump to double down on his tax breaks for billionaires. At his Center for Renewing America think tank, Mr. Vought drafted a 2023 budget plan entitled A Commitment to End Woke and Weaponized Government. This is the playbook that Trump and Musk are already running to freeze federal funding, dismantle and dismember federal agencies, and seize the power of the purse from Congress, where the Constitution put it. That plan called for extending Trump's tax cuts for the wealthy by slashing Medicaid by $2.1 trillion, SNAP by $400 billion, eliminating the Affordable Care tax credits that help folks afford health care coverage. Mr. Vought has also openly admitted his intentions to challenge the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which enforces Congress's constitutional power of the purse. During his confirmation hearing last month, Mr. Vought said he believes the president can just overrule Congress in deciding how to spend taxpayer dollars, despite constitutional authority and the law to the contrary. Mr. Vought said the president ran on the notion that the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional. I agree with that. Last time I checked, that was up to the Supreme Court and our court systems. Mr. Vought has already made clear how he'd use his role, or I should say abuse his role as OMB director, to politicize the agency and bend it to the whims of the president. In Project 2025, Vought wrongly stated that OMB has the only statutory tools in the White House that are powerful enough to override implementing the agency's bureaucracies. What this really means is overriding the law duly enacted here in Congress and signed by the president. Mr. Vought has also questioned the very ideas of independent federal agencies. In fact, in an interview last November with Tucker Carlson, Mr. Vought said, quote, "Number one is going after the whole notion of independence. There are no independent agencies. Congress may have viewed them as such, the Securities and Exchange Commission or the FCC, the CFPB, the whole alphabet soup, but the whole notion of an independent agency should be thrown out. You can apply the concept of destroying independence at every agency." Mr. Vought has called OMB a President's air traffic control system with the ability and charge to ensure that all policy initiatives are flying in sync and with the authority to let planes take off and at time ground planes that are flying off course. Do we really trust a man hell-bent on slashing Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, defying Congress and destroying independent federal agencies to be an air traffic controller? Let me be clear. My constituents in New Mexico did not vote for this, and my office has been fielding thousands of phone calls, letters, emails for New Mexicans who are upset and angry, frustrated that President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vought are breaking laws and shredding the Constitution in a bid to upend the basic functions of our government. Here's a little bit of a taste of what New Mexicans are telling me. Arthur from Rio Rancho called my office to tell me he's concerned about how Trump and Vought's plans to dismantle the Department of Education will impact his son and millions of other students with disabilities. Arthur said, "I have a son who is autistic and nonverbal. With an individual education plan, dismantling the Department of Education will not only impact him, but it'll devastate all public schools and hurt students like my son who have disabilities. This will strip away any rights and protections for millions of students. Trump and Elon need to be sent a clear message. Education is a fundamental right, not a privilege for the wealthy." A constituent from Albuquerque who requested anonymity is worried about his job as a federal civil servant because of Vought's agenda. He wrote to me, I'm a U.S. Forest Service employee. Most of us are now afraid of losing our jobs and of, among other things, the demand for loyalty. This makes it difficult to work in the manner that we wish to, efficiently, effectively, and to do well for the land and all citizens. Marissa from Santa Fe is hesitant to start a family because the uncertainty caused by Musk, Trump, and Vought. Marissa wrote to me, "I am really terrified at the idea that so much of the federal government is being dismantled by someone who was never nominated to a position of power. I want to be able to start a family, but how can I do that without fear of knowing that this man and the GOP are destroying any chance of that happening?" Holly from Albuquerque, a public school teacher, is also deeply worried about Trump and Vought's intentions to dismantle the Department of Education and what this could mean for her students, fellow teachers, and her financial security. She wrote, "As an educator for 22 years here in New Mexico, I know firsthand the struggles that our families, students, and educators are facing in the classroom, and we really need access to the federal support that we get. Whether it's Title I, special education, or grants, I don't know how we're going to operate our schools effectively without that. I'm also worried about my pension as a public school educator. I am supposed to be eligible for retirement in 3.5 years, and I've dedicated my life to the students of New Mexico." Today I say to the thousands of New Mexicans who have asked me to oppose Mr. Vought's nomination, I agree with you. Mr. Vought is unfit to lead the OMB. We should reject this dangerously unfit nominee before he dismantles the services that New Mexicans rely on. We should reject him before he unilaterally overrides the laws that Americans' elected representatives have passed. We cannot stand by and allow Mr. Vought, Elon Musk, or even this president to disregard the safety and security of the American people, and the law is on our side. In the last week, 2 federal courts have issued restraining orders on Trump's directives. I want to read a few short words from what the judges have said. The executive's action unilaterally suspends the payment of federal funds to the states and others simply by choosing to do so. No matter the authorizing or appropriating statute, the regulatory regime, or the terms of the grant itself, the executive cites no legal authority allowing it to do so. Indeed, no federal law would authorize the executive's unilateral action here. The court continued by dismissing Trump's arguments justifying the funding freeze, declaring the executive branch has a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the people as expressed through congressional appropriation, not presidential priorities. These court rulings represent battles won, but this war to defend the Constitution and stability in this nation is far from over. And we won't stop until Trump, Musk, and Vought follow the law and abide by the Constitution. That means respecting federal workers. It means ending the unilateral and unlawful freeze of appropriated funds for projects from the Eastern New Mexico Rural Water Project to the Red Top Water Development Project. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is not a game. This is a nation of laws. And just like you, every one of us here in this body swore to defend the Constitution. Mass layoffs of federal workers, working to disband the Department of Education or the EPA or the National Science Foundation, abusing the FBI, handing over access to more than 1/5 of our economy and the private data of every single American taxpayer without any regard for the risks that you're creating for our national security. That is not defending this nation of laws. It's not following the Constitution. It's not putting public service or even America first. It looks a lot like tyranny. It needs to stop. We the people is the first phrase of the United States Constitution. And that is exactly who Republicans in charge of the Senate, the House, and the White House, the people, who can stop this need to hear from you. So to all Americans wondering what can be done right now, rise up your voice. Call your member of Congress. Call your senators. Call the White House. Call the Treasury Department. Comment on your Republican representative social media channels. Write op-eds in your local newspaper telling how you're impacted. Make sure that Republicans know what we the people, are paying attention. That we will hold them accountable for following the law, upholding the Constitution, and make sure to let your lawmakers know when you support the work that they're doing so that they continue to do it. And let federal civil servants know that you support them and that you want them to keep doing their jobs and doing them well. I will continue to stand up to this chaos, to this lawlessness, and as part of that work, I will vote no on Russell Vought.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise tonight in opposition to the nomination of Russell Vought to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget, also known as OMB. My colleagues and I have been holding the Senate floor since yesterday to sound the alarm on this dangerous nomination. Russell Vought is the architect of Project 2025, the hateful, racist, sexist policy roadmap at the center of Trump's campaign. Mr. Vought has been working behind the scenes for years on policies to consolidate power, undermine the critical services that the federal government provides to the American people, and undermine Congress's power of the purse. When Vought was at the Office of Management and Budget during the last Trump administration, he demonstrated a complete lack of regard for our branch of government, the Congress. He was responsible for illegally withholding and delaying billions of dollars in congressionally appropriated funding, and now is planning to ratchet up this whole destructive power to a new level in 2025. And while Vought was withholding the funding that he and Trump don't like, he revealed a 2021 budget plan that showed us all the terrible things that he did like. That plan, authored by Russell Vought, proposed, listen to this, $500 billion in cuts to Medicare, $900 billion in cuts to Medicaid, $71 billion cuts to Social Security. And in those budgets, Vought was able to find $1.4 trillion to continue the tax that Trump gave, that big tax break to the millionaires and billionaires in our country, all paid for out of Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And right now, Russell Vought is working behind the scenes and not even waiting to propose a budget. He is directing the agency to illegally cut billions of dollars in spending from programs that American families rely upon. Someone else's name may have been on the January 27th memo that came from OMB that froze all government spending, but make no mistake, it was authored by Russell Vought. Everything we are seeing right now, the illegal and unconstitutional actions being taken to dismantle federal agencies, freeze funding, steal the data of American citizens, is a push to further the Project 2025 playbook. Vought may be the one to have written the blueprint, but now he and everyone else, including the president himself, are taking orders from one man, Elon Musk. All of this chaos is because the richest man in the world spent more than $280 million on buying this election. And he wants to reap the benefits from his investment. For Donald Trump, DEI seems to only stand for defending Elon's interests. Now he and Vought are planning to make OMB stand for only Musk's business. Elon Musk and his unqualified, unelected government arsonists want to be able to carry out their attacks on your privacy, your rights, your friends and neighbors under the cover of darkness. Because with every new day, we are seeing Donald Trump's deep-pocketed puppeteer, Elon Musk, attempt to dismantle the government services that keep our communities clean, healthy, and safe. And they're acting with impunity. I just came from the Environmental Protection Agency, an agency created by Congress, authorized by Congress, signed into law by Richard Nixon, and one which the Environment and Public Works Committee, on which I sit, oversees. I was denied access to the EPA to talk to Musk Doge henchmen. No, you can't come in, Senator. You can't talk to these young people rumbling around, interviewing people who majored in physics and biology and chemistry who are protecting the clean air and clean water and clean lands in our country. No, you can't come in. Musk doesn't just believe he is above the law, he doesn't believe in the law at all. He believes that the United States Constitution does not apply to him. Elon Musk, not bound by the Constitution. And everyone knows that we have three branches of government created in the Constitution as separate articles defining the powers of each. Article 1 of the Constitution is the Congress. Article 2 of the Constitution is the presidency. Article 3 of the Constitution is the judiciary. But Elon Musk, he doesn't need to answer to any of those branches. Not to Congress, not to the courts, and certainly not to his newly bought presidency. It makes sense for Trump to make Elon Musk a buddy, the guy who declared bankruptcy 6 times really needs a rich guy around to bail him out. But it's almost as if Musk believes that he has his own special place in the Constitution, separate from the first 3 articles. In Musk's world, our Constitution contains an Article 3.5, right after Article 3 of the judiciary. And that new article that he believes exists and applies to him is a never-before-used provision in the Constitution with unlimited authority to remake our constitutional order with Musk as the unelected and unaccountable leader. Now, in Musk's world, Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution are toothless compared to the power reserved for him and him alone in Article 3.5. Right before Article 4. He just slipped it in now. Article 3.5. In Musk's world, Article 3.5 goes something like this. Article 3.5, the Muskocracy, his own separate provision in the Constitution. Section 1 of the Muskocracy, establishment of the Elon Musk branch. The executive, legislative, and judicial branches shall hereby recognize a new and supreme branch of government known as Elon Musk. This branch shall operate independently of the other 3 branches, unburdened by traditional constraints such as laws or ethics or the need for congressional approval. That's Article, Section 1. Section 2, powers and responsibilities for the Muskocracy. The Elon Musk branch shall wield absolute authority over, but not limited to, 1, federal agency reorganization. Abolish at will clause is in that section, whatever he decides. The Musk branch may, at any time, eliminate, restructure, or replace any federal agency by way of a single tweet. A lot of power that Section 1 has. Section 2, workforce optimization. All federal employees shall be subject to an immediate performance review determined by way of an AI-powered metric called the Hyper-Productivity Index, trademarked. Any agency deemed inefficient shall be replaced by a new office staffed entirely by a mix of ex-premium subscribers, Tesla interns, and SpaceX engineers working 120-hour weeks. This is the Muskocracy. And it just continues. Data access. Part 3. The Musk branch shall have unrestricted access to all government personnel records, including security clearances, tax filings, and even embarrassing Slack messages. All goes to Elon Musk under Article 3.5 of the new United States Constitution, enacted on Inauguration Day in 2024. Then we have legislative override. All bills must be reviewed and memed upon by the Musk branch before passing. A simple "haha, no" tweet from the branch shall serve as an automatic veto. He didn't like it, just tweeted it out. Everyone will jump. Make sure that doesn't happen. This is the new Muskocracy within which we are now living. 3.5, Article 3.5 of the new Constitution of the United States of America. Judicial review. The Supreme Court shall be replaced with a single ex post where Elon asks, should this be legal? The most likely reply becomes binding precedent. It's the only way to govern. You can just see how it's all playing on X. That's the new Constitution of the United States, binding on the United States Senate, for sure. We can see that in the votes that are being cast out here by the majority. Then we move on to Section 3, administration and oversight. The Musk branch shall be staffed exclusively by engineers or AI-powered bots and a small staff of interns selected through an online gladiator-style coding competition. How else would you run America in 2025 but have those superior beings making all decisions for all of us? Then Section 4, checks and balances, all important. The checks and balances has always been the key. Going back to Madison and Jefferson, they thought through that, checks and balances, and so did Elon Musk in his Article 3.5, the Muskocracy provision that's now operative in our country in the Donald Trump presidency. So checks and balances says, although the existing 3 branches may express opinions, all official government actions require verification from the Musk branch, except those initiated by Musk himself, which are self-verifying because he's infallible. No one can question him. And any opposition to the Musk branch shall be met with immediate ridicule. Come on, you can't question Elon Musk. It's the new Constitution. That's how it is. Everyone should just understand. And then Section 5, succession and perpetuity. How does our country then operate into the future? Well, in the event that the physical Elon Musk ceases to exist, the Musk branch shall be transferred to an AI-trained, on-off system for all of his tweets that are gathered together, and then Neuralink data and past Rogan podcast appearances, and that AI shall rule indefinitely unless overthrown by a more innovative billionaire. Isn't that really how we want our country to be running under this Muskocracy? Article 3.5? That's where we are right now. That's the country that we are living in. And does he have power? Oh, he has power. Because let's not kid ourselves. Right now, Elon wants us to live in the Muskocracy. The Trump administration is operating as if Article 3.5 is real, as if Elon Musk has supreme authority to override the will of Congress, seize government property, hire and fire at will, and otherwise bend government to his benefit, regardless of the consequences. So let's not fool ourselves. We can see Article 3.5 in action right now. Musk is obsessed with shutting down USAID, slandering its public servants, spreading baseless conspiracy theories about the agency's work and mission. If we don't stop him now through legislation and lawsuits, he'll not only destroy our ability to address global crises that eventually impact us here at home, he'll go after the agencies that keep our food and water safe, our infrastructure repaired, and our communities secured. Gutting USAID will cause immediate harm to our national security, place our citizens at risk, and disrupt life-saving work. USAID helps protect children from starvation. It prevents the spread of infectious diseases. It is critical in our global fight against AIDS and HIV. If we don't hold the line on Elon Musk's abolition of USAID and the Trump administration's illegal actions, nothing will prevent him or Trump from doing the same thing to the CDC, to the Environmental Protection Agency, to the Small Business Administration. He's bragging that he put USAID in the wood chipper. He wants to do the same thing for every other agency. And that's why I'm voting no on every Trump nominee. While this illegal and unconstitutional power grab continues, while this chaos continues, and this corruption continues, the fights before us will not be easy. And there will be many. The American people are relying on us to protect their rights, their pocketbooks, and their families. And that starts with protecting them from nominees whose only goal is to dismantle the programs that help feed them, employ them, and keep them warm in the winter, educate them, and help them meet the ends that their families seek to achieve. We need to say no to the nomination of Russell Vought tonight, no to the illegal, unconstitutional Muskocracy, and no to the costlier, sicker, unhealthier future that Donald Trump is creating. I urge all members to vote no on Russell Vought as the administrator of the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, for the past 2 weeks, my office has received thousands of calls worried New Mexicans are taking time out of their busy day to share their stories and plead for help and assistance. Last Monday, as the country knows, when President Trump and Russell Vought illegally froze federal programs and grant money allocated by Congress, chaos erupted in New Mexico and across America. A single mother of 4 in Bernalillo wrote to me, "I will literally have to choose between feeding my children or paying for them to have private health insurance. I barely make it paycheck to paycheck as it is. This freeze would definitely put us over. Please help our state." A senior from Albuquerque told me, "My savings have been wiped out by home health care costs after one hospitalization. I'm unable to work and I'm living solely on Social Security income, most of which is eaten up by insurance premiums. I'm dependent on Medicare health treatments." A family doctor said that if the federal freeze on grants and programs were to be implemented, it would put a family clinic that serves 50,000 New Mexicans in immediate danger of closing. This would leave thousands of patients without access to primary health care. And this is to every rural health care center in America. Mr. President, I have story after story to share, but I know that several of my colleagues have so much to add as well tonight. I will just ask my Republican colleagues to please say a little prayer. Call your constituents in the next half hour and talk to them because they're going to be impacted by this. Vote no on Vought. This is terrible for the people that we represent. I ask unanimous consent to submit my remarks fully into the record, and I yield.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, now we know this, and this is a conversation I have quite often with individuals to talk about what is happening in my state when they ask me, what's going on in Washington? What is happening with the executive orders and this change in the administration? And one thing we talk about, and I think it is important because sometimes it gets lost in this conversation, is that when our system of government was created, about 250 years ago, it was created because the American people at the time decided they wanted a democracy. They didn't want a king. You know, the United States of America is born out of a revolution against a monarch, a king who sat on a throne and had really no checks on his power. And our founding fathers built this nation on a foundation of democratic principles, supporting the idea that government is for the people. That's what the American people wanted. And as part of that creation, they established 3 co-equal branches of government. We all know the executive, the legislative, the judicial. And along with that, they created a system of checks and balances to ensure that no branch had too much control over the other. Now, as we all know, as we work here in Congress, that legislative branch is important. It's the first branch of government, co-equal to all the others, but it writes and passes laws, approves presidential nominations, but also importantly, the branch of government that we all work in is about passing a budget and controlling the purse. What does that mean? The money. We are the ones that decide how we spend this money, the budget for the federal government, where it's going to go, the appropriations for it. And that really is the power of Congress that our founding fathers gave to us. Now, the executive branch, we all know, founders gave the president the authority to veto, to implement, to enforce laws, along with the power to manage and direct government agencies. That is what the founding fathers envisioned, to ensure that our government puts the American people first and that no branch of government could become too powerful. Those are checks and balances that have been tested throughout our nation's history. Let me just give you an example. In 1974, President Richard Nixon refused to release funds approved by Congress for certain programs that he opposed. In response to his unconstitutional abuse of power, Congress passed bipartisan legislation called the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Act of 1974. This legislation reaffirms that once Congress passes bills that deliver funding to the American people, the president can't delay or cancel those funds. Unfortunately, today, we have a nominee for the Office of Management and Budget, we call it OMB, who thinks this critical check on the president's power shouldn't exist. Now, you've heard this. My Democratic colleagues have been on the Senate floor since 2 p.m. yesterday to oppose Russ Vought. Why? Because Russ Vought is the co-author of President Trump's Project 2025 manifesto, and he's the chief architect of Trump's strategy to seize the power of the legislative branch. How are they doing that? Well, let's just talk about that. On January 27th, the OMB issued a memo to effectively suspend Congress's power of the purse by announcing a pause on all federal grants and loans. He shut down funding for practically every state and local program that receives money from the federal government. Now, like all of my colleagues, I have heard from Nevadans worried about accessing Medicaid or their VA benefits or funding for law enforcement or housing and energy payments that keep the lights on for low-income Nevadans. I've heard concerns about child care initiatives like Head Start that have no longer any funding, and programs to support seniors like Meals on Wheels are concerned. I have heard from tribes in Nevada. I just got out of my office meeting with one of our tribes who are still having trouble accessing housing funds and similar funds. Groups that support Nevada's domestic violence survivors don't know if they'll have the money to get critical resources to people in need. Nevada literacy programs that are helping children learn to read have been threatened with the loss of funding. Rural communities in Nevada receiving federal grants ranging from community development grants to wastewater treatment. Several of those grants and that funding have been delayed or cut. Trump's funding freeze shut down support for safety and security for kids and families in the historic west side of Las Vegas. President Trump shut down $156 million in funding for solar energy in Nevada. We were going to install solar power on hundreds of buildings, helping bring down energy costs for 20,000 hard-working Nevada families. But President Trump illegally stopped these solar grants to Nevada. That has jeopardized thousands of good-paying jobs for laborers and construction crews in my state. And while the Trump administration claimed that Medicaid wasn't affected by the federal funding freeze, but the fact is the Medicaid payment system did go offline in all 50 states. Now, intentional or not, the OMB order was reckless, causing confusion and chaos for many across the country, including doctors and healthcare staff who didn't know if they were going to get paid for the work they do. Like my colleagues, my office is being flooded with these calls, including from Nevadans concerned about their future benefits from Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. These are real Americans who are being squeezed by this unconstitutional funding freeze, even though Donald Trump promised to make their lives better. Americans right now are being hung out to dry by Donald Trump and by Russ Vought, whose Project 2025 was clearly the inspiration for this dangerous funding freeze. Russ Vought is unfit to serve at the head of the agency that oversees our federal budget. During his confirmation hearing, he said the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is unconstitutional. One man decides the laws in this state. Wow, that's a lot of power. He's basically saying he thinks the president should be able to withhold any funding that they don't like, even though that goes against the separation of powers our founding fathers wrote into the Constitution. Think about this. Under the last administration, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act that created incredible jobs, union jobs, and grew our economy in Nevada and across this country. Now President Trump and Russ Vought are saying the president doesn't have to deliver all that funding to communities in Nevada and across the country. Many of those communities have already broken ground on projects that they were promised funding for. Instead of focusing on the working families that Donald Trump said he was fighting for, he's clearly only interested in becoming as powerful as possible, no matter how many laws he breaks. Listen, you know something's wrong when firefighters who went to Los Angeles to help contain the devastating wildfires received emails from the Trump administration encouraging them to resign. It wasn't an email to say, thank you, you risked your lives, we couldn't do this without you. They actually sent a letter to these firefighters saying, well, it's time to resign. What kind of president thanks our firefighters by telling them to leave their jobs and leave our communities defenseless? He doesn't care about our safety and security. He only cares about his own. So now my question for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, what's next? What will be the next congressional power we cede to Donald Trump and his billionaire friends? What will be the next crisis we have to clean up when we could be focusing on delivering for Americans? We're supposed to be representing the people of our states and fighting for them. And when I speak to Nevadans every single day, they expect me to get them the federal support they need. That means working across the aisle. I'll work with anyone to get things done on behalf of my state and across the country. But it also means standing up to anyone who would prefer to sow chaos and ignore the Constitution violate our laws, usurp our power. Anyone who would rather do that and not tackle the real issues that Americans are dealing with right now. And let me say, I don't know anybody, one of my colleagues or anyone else, who doesn't support streamlining our federal government. I am here because I was so frustrated with the bureaucracy of the federal government and support streamlining it and think we should do that absolutely every day, work towards how we make it work for Americans. I support it. But what we need is a thoughtful business strategy to do just that. That is welcome. But burning the federal government to the ground, that's not a business strategy. That's just total destruction. And that's not what the American people deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
This is the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues. I thank the senator from Nevada for her great comments and articulating why we want to have a budget process here that recognizes the United States Senate, the House of Representatives, and to say that a budget process that tries to exclude us is not what our forefathers had in mind. That is one of the reasons I strongly oppose this nomination to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget for Russell Vought. The administration, like everyone before it, has had the opportunity to propose a budget, set overall policy principles, and propose spending and policies, and this administration does not have the power to wave a wand and erase legally authorized and appropriated funds. The Constitution is very clear here. Congress and the administration together agree on appropriations. They agree together when we pass laws and what we want to do to govern. And people should be able to rely on current laws until those laws are changed. That is how governing works. And we're here to represent the people who want to see the certainty and predictability of laws that we have passed. Regular review of programs and congressional oversight, as my colleague from Nevada just mentioned, those are valuable things. And we can continue to make reforms in thoughtful and transparent ways. We should not allow unaccountable political actors, though, to be unfettered, have access to our constituents' most sensitive data without safeguards to how that data is protected, their rights, and conflicts of interest, that how that data might even be used against them. Mr. President, I am for a very strong national privacy law to protect our consumers, and one person I don't want spying on us is the U.S. government. So I don't take lightly somebody getting access to accounts and information, storing it, moving it around, sharing it with other people. I don't care if they're 22 or 42. I'm not for the government doing this kind of thing without oversight. Taxpayers, I'm not even for the government spying on U.S. citizens, just to be clear. I'm not for that. But this is just data collection. Data collection, who's it going to, what are they doing with it, how much are they going to use it? So taxpayers, they rely on us for service. And they don't want to believe that somebody is looking around in these accounts. Even our own personnel management system got hacked by the Chinese. How do we know that there's safeguards for what these individuals are doing for our most personal information? But the havoc that has been caused by this nominee's strategy is just absurd. Today I met with a group of farmers who were talking about how they grow and process export products. They told me because USAID operations were shut down, their products were stuck on a dock in Houston. They don't think they're ever going to get delivered, and they sure as heck don't think they're going to get paid. Is that what we want to do? Tell our farmers that they have a contract to grow a product, to have them delivered, and the shipment is on its way, and now you're going to leave it on a dock because you think you have a bright idea of a way to shortcut Congress? Over 1.8 million Washingtonians rely on Medicare. And they shouldn't have to be worried at any moment of the day that somehow that's not going to be paid for. But that's what happened when Washington State Healthcare Authority was frozen out of the Medicaid portal and the healthcare payments were not being made. Okay, my colleague just addressed that the portal eventually got turned on after the huge volume and outrage. Really, outrage by the public forced the administration to say, stop this silly attitude that you can stop payment yourself. They forced them to turn the portal back on and pay the Medicaid bills. But Washington State is also home to community health centers. They're nonprofit entities that serve the medically underserved population. Part of me is thinking this is really an attempt to steal money from our constituents just to pay for a tax bill. Literally, somebody thought they were going to come in here and make a very fast move and basically turn off payments to people who are really poor and in very challenging situations, and turn off their payments so they could take the money and put it into a tax break for the rich later on. That is absurd. It's absurd. It's not even legal. We were told by some of these healthcare centers that they were blocked from transferring federal funds to those needed in their hospitals. In other words, cutting off funding that would be helpful to saving lives. These health centers provide care to more than 1 million people in our state, over 360,000 of them. And there's children, agriculture workers, and veterans. And the fact that these medical systems work to help all of us provide primary care is exactly why we shouldn't turn off a system. I got a call from someone in Pierce County to tell me that her son, Tobias, who was 36 years old, he was recently diagnosed with multiple myeloma and is one of the youngest people who has gotten the diagnosis. They are absolutely terrified about the risk of losing cancer research dollars. She said, quote, she couldn't wrap her mind around it, quote, this insane and cruel road that we are all on now with this new administration, end quote. These are the stories from my constituents. They want to know what's going on in their lives. It's not a parlor game. It's not a think tank exercise. It is their lives. For one of the hospitals in my state, Island Healthcare in Anacortes, the funding freeze means they couldn't fill a contractual agreement to pay for surgical technology. They were under a contract to pay no later than 30 days after the receipt of the equipment, which is currently being shipped to them. So the first time this community was going to realize the benefit of some technology that was going to help them provide better outcomes through less invasive procedures, lower infection rate, and shorten the recovery time. But they don't know. The funds are frozen. The people of Anacortes could have to wait, and they may not even get the delivery of that care. Because OMB created uncertainty. They created it about the funding without thinking through the consequences. Multiple hospitals are worried about caring for their patients. Olympic Medical Center on the peninsula serves about 80,000 patients. They said to me, quote, even small changes in the federal grant spending will have detrimental impacts to their facility and to their community. A federal funding freeze just exacerbates our ability to deliver care that has been authorized, appropriated, and promised to the operation of our healthcare system. How could people be so heartless to try to turn that off? Andrea Downs, the Executive Director for Citizens Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Abuse, which is the only domestic violence and sexual assault agency for Whidbey Island, said they operate a center and a shelter. She said the funding freeze impacts about half of their funding. Portals not getting paid, no processing, no time. She quoted, not being able to access our grants for the remainder of this fiscal year would have a crippling impact on our organization, end quote. Our Walla Walla Tri-Cities-based nonprofit Blue Mountain Heart to Heart is also concerned about federal grants that they receive that support housing needs of people who live within the region. And they are also worried about the accountability of care that comes with the Medicaid funds. But probably nothing said it more clear to me than when I heard that Elon Musk and the Doge wanted to get their hands on the FAA. What should a man who's regulated by the FAA, his launch facilities are under the FAA's authority to keep us safe. They need to know and coordinate launch rocket times and to not have people just launch a rocket whenever they want. We already know the painful experience of these accidents on the Potomac, of not having a system overseen by air traffic controllers. But Mr. Musk was fined, and he didn't like the fine. He basically went after the FAA administrator, who decided to step down instead of serving with this administration. Now Mr. Musk wants his hands on the FAA to tell them what to do, probably in retribution for the fact that they said it wasn't safe to launch at that moment. This is a clear conflict of interest. Mr. President, we can do better than this. We're here to work together. We're here to work across the aisle. We're here to pass a budget. We're here to appropriate and, as an authorizer, to set those authorization and work with our appropriators. It is not for a nominee to set a game plan of how to take money out of the lives of individual families that are counting on that payment, or structural organizations that are charged with serving our communities on something as important as health or law enforcement. And it sure isn't turning the keys over to somebody who's already been fined by the agency to try to then undo the agency's oversight of his own personal business. There couldn't be a clearer answer here. Turn down this nomination. Let's get back to working together, working collaboratively. There are lots of ideas that we have to work on government efficiency. Lots of ideas that could produce billions of dollars in savings, produce better care for our constituents, and move our country forward. And oh, by the way, let's not also continue to cut funding for all the authorized programs that these nominees basically said that they supported. That's why we voted for some of them, because they said they supported current funding, whether that's the Department of Transportation or other places. But now the mastermind of how to short circuit, pull the plug out, pull out the safety blanket, give it to the rich, is on a way for a vote here. Please vote no. I thank the President, and I yield the floor. I want to thank my colleague from Hawaii for last night, he and my colleagues coming to the floor and speaking all night. I think this is a conversation we've been trying to have to illuminate the damage that's happening to America from about 2 p.m. yesterday till now. I want to thank him. I think of him as one of the younger members of the United States Senate, but I think when you do an all-nighter, you realize that that maybe the years start to show a little early. So thank you so much for leading the charge on this all night yesterday.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Since yesterday afternoon, Democrats have held this floor to ring the alarm bells across the United States of America about the nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and the Budget. Russ Vought may not be as famous as Donald Trump's other nominees, but as you've heard from so many Democrats, Radical Russ is Donald Trump's most dangerous nominee. He is the mastermind behind Project 2025. And following that script, he proudly breaks the law, he proudly violates the Constitution, and he proudly seeks to gut programs for ordinary American families to deliver trillions in tax giveaways to the richest Americans. Russell Vought's dead-of-night directives to freeze government payments have already sowed massive damage across our nation to programs for health care and housing and education and children. And then just today, I learned that the Bureau of Land Management is ordering small businesses to cease and desist all work for forest management, thinning the forests, doing prescribed burns to prevent massive forest fires from burning down our cities. That is literally Trump and Russ Vought playing with fire. The American people are angry about this sweeping authoritarian coup. They are calling our offices. 2,000 Oregonians called my office yesterday. Thousands of people showed up to my 9 town halls over the last 2 weekends. They're asking tough questions. How is it possible that Donald Trump could order dead-of-night directives that cut off funding for all the programs that help families get on their feet and thrive and get to the middle class, addressing child nutrition and affordable housing and health care? How is it possible that Trump can break the law to fire 17 inspector generals who protect the American people from executive branch corruption? How is it possible Trump can break the law to fire a member of the National Labor Relations Board who protects workers' rights? How is it possible Trump can dismantle USAID, which provides food and medicine and humanitarian aid around the world? How is it possible Russ Vought and President Trump can send Elon Musk groupies to access sensitive programs, accessing our data regarding Social Security payments and Medicare payments and veterans benefits and the tax records of every single American? This breach of privacy by Big Brother government is an extraordinary threat to the security of every single citizen. Now, Radical Russ has a 3-part plan for America. Got programs for working families, borrow trillions from the Treasury, give massive tax giveaways to the very richest Americans. This is the robber baron script. Take from ordinary families to give more to the best off. This is the opposite of what Trump campaigned on helping families. And now that he's in office, the campaign is giving way to, instead, Project 2025, which is about government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, for the billionaires. That's why the Democratic members of the Budget Committee asked to delay the vote on sending his nomination here to the floor. Because we wanted to find out, we asked questions about what he was doing already over at the Office of Management and Budget when he hadn't been confirmed yet, holding meetings and sending out directives. He wouldn't answer those questions, so his file is incomplete. So we said, hold off for 2 weeks. But the Budget Committee chair refused to hold off and make sure that the file was complete. And then we said, we'll at least hold the meeting in public so we can share our thoughts back and forth, and the public can come in and witness it and see our arguments about why he should or shouldn't be voted to send to the floor. And instead, the meeting was held in private. So that was why we were so concerned then, and as you've heard from 41 Democrats over the last 30 hours, why we're so concerned now with the philosophy and actions of Radical Russ Vought. We are working day and night, fighting for working families, fighting for the Constitution, and fighting to stop this sweeping authoritarian takeover. To my friends across the aisle, Radical Russ wants to steal the power of the purse given to Congress in this Constitution, our Constitution, and give it to Donald Trump to decide what is and isn't funded. Radical Russ wants to steal the power to write laws given to Congress in the Constitution and give it to Donald Trump to rule by executive order and presidential fiat. And Radical Russ has attacked the Constitution before. Remember, he is the force that said, let's stop payments to Ukraine, that got President Trump into trouble in his first administration. We here have taken an oath to defend the Constitution. For working Americans, for all Americans, join us in voting no, because Radical Russ is dangerously unfit for public office.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
Mr. President, Democrats have spent virtually every minute of the last 30 hours sounding the alarm about the dangers of Russell Vought. We feel it a mission to let America know that Russell Vought is a threat to Social Security, to Medicare, to child care, to veterans benefits, and so much more. He's the wrong man. He seems to care little about the needs of American families. At the wrong place, at powerful OMB, where his decisions will be felt in every corner of the country, with the wrong agenda, the horrible Project 2025. There are 3 strikes against Russell Vought, and he should be out. He's the wrong man, for the wrong place, with the wrong agenda. Mr. Vought's policies will hurt children and seniors, hurt veterans, hurt homeowners, and so many of our other friends and neighbors. The only people who should celebrate Russell Vought are Donald Trump's billionaire friends when they get another tax break. I caution my Republican colleagues, voting to place the chief architect of Project 2025 in charge of White House policy will come back to haunt them. If the chaos of the last 2 weeks is any indication of what's to come, Russell Vought will be a massive liability for Donald Trump, for Republicans, and worst of all, for the country. Tonight, I will vote no, fervently, strongly, with complete conviction, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're getting up now close to the time to vote on the Vought nomination. And it's been a 30-hour discussion, conversation, and some of which I think is perhaps instructive. I mean, I would argue, I'd make an argument, honestly, that through multiple administrations that Congress has bequeathed and given up way too much power to the executive branch. And but I think through the all-night vigil and a lot of the speeches that were made over here, there was a lot of high rhetoric, I would argue, about attacks on democracy, attacks on the Constitution. And I think it's important just when you make those arguments that there be at least some amount of self-reflection. Because over the last 4 years, there have been a lot of times when the executive branch went around the Congress or tried to rewrite the laws that Congress had passed in ways that increase spending. And I can use a good example under the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Commerce Committee, which is where I spent a lot of my time over the past few years. There was a program called the BEAD program, which was designed to extend broadband access to people in rural areas of the country, unserved areas of the country. And it passed almost, well, about 3 years ago. I didn't vote for it at the time, but that provision in the bill was designed to deliver broadband services to unserved areas, rural areas of the country. And we are now 3 years into that program, and there hasn't been a single dollar spent or a single household connected through that program. And it was a $42 billion funding program. $42 billion. Not a single dollar spent. Why? Because the administration decided to add conditions to it. Conditions that made it unusable to a lot of the telecoms, at least certainly the telecoms in my area, and I think I represent probably as rural of an area as you'll ever find. What were some of those conditions? Well, they said you had to use union labor, something in South Dakota we're a right-to-work state, so we don't have a lot of that. You had to meet climate conditions for your subcontractors, your suppliers, everything else. You had to comply with certain climate requirements. And then there was an issue about rate regulation. Now, rate regulation, interestingly enough, was specifically banned by the statute. The statute said no rate regulation. So what the administration did is they added to the law in all these ways in a way that made it virtually impossible for anybody to use. So here we are, 3 years later, 3 years after that law passed this Congress, and not a single dollar has been spent, and not a single household has been connected. Why? Because the executive branch decided they wanted to do some things with this law that Congress never intended. I didn't hear the complaints about that or all-night vigils. Another thing I'll point out is the student loan program. Now, as we all know, the student loan program, of course, authorized, again, funded by Congress, and that's a subject of ongoing litigation. I think we all know that. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars, actually, increase in spending. Not cutting spending, but increasing spending. And, again, totally outside the parameters of what Congress intended for the program. The law is pretty clear, we believe. And I think when you sign agreements, there are a lot of financial agreements that students enter into on the student loan program. And essentially what has been said by the previous administration, the executive branch, the attack on democracy, was that that's not going to apply. And we're just going to forgive them all. We'll wipe out all the agreements. We'll go around the law, circumvent the law. And folks on this side of the aisle applauded when that happened. Again, action taken by the executive branch outside the parameters of what Congress intended when that law was passed. I'll use one other example, and that's the Thrifty Food Program. I serve on the Senate Agriculture Committee, as does Senator Grassley and a lot of other of our colleagues. And in the 2018 Farm Bill, there was a provision in there that allows the Department of Agriculture to use this program for sort of inflationary increases. The Thrifty Food Plan is based on current food prices, food composition data, consumption patterns, and dietary guidance. But, interestingly enough, what the Department of Agriculture decided to do was go around 45 years of precedent and do something that had never been done before and dramatically increase the program by $250 billion. $250 billion. It wasn't an inflationary increase that was based on the cost of this program over time. It was something that had never been done before. And the Government Accountability Office busted the administration for doing it. But they used very cynically the 2018 Farm Bill as the basis for USDA's action, but Congress never agreed to permit a $250 billion increase in spending. So again, I mean, these are decisions made by the previous executive branch, which happened to be the executive branch of a different party, and everybody had a sort of different reaction at that time. So I'm certainly somebody who is not deaf to what I'm hearing out there about some of the decisions that are being made by this new administration and their willingness to look at and evaluate programs, perhaps reprioritize them based upon their priorities. I think that's something a lot of administrations do. And I think there's probably a lot of the program spending decisions that you all are concerned about, I'd probably agree with. But I just don't think that coming down here and launching what are, quote, attacks on democracy or, trying to seize power from the Congress really matches with the facts of what happened in the last 4 years. And I'll just use those three examples. But I think there are three pretty glaring examples of what happened in the last 4 years. And then the final thing I'll say, because I think everybody here knows we've had this conversation a number of times. But it wasn't that long ago that there was a letter, 2017, from a lot of members of United States senators on both sides. It was Democrats and Republicans, and many on the Democrat side of the aisle who are still here today, that basically said, and I will quote it for you, "We're mindful of the unique role the Senate plays in the legislative process, and we're steadfastly committed to ensuring that this great American institution continues to serve as the world's greatest deliberative body. Therefore, we're asking you to join us in opposing any effort to curtail the existing rights and prerogatives of senators to engage in full, robust, and extended debate as we consider legislation before this body in the future." The legislative filibuster, part of the Senate's heritage as an institution, the way the founders intended for it to operate. And in 2017, there were 32 Democrat senators who signed that letter. A number of them who are here today, and I think you probably know who you are. Well, it didn't take very long when you had a little change in the power where you had the Democrats, everyone who was here at the time, some of you weren't, some of you were new, voted to get rid of the filibuster. You voted to change the rules. You know where it was going, and some of you have been very public about it. And you've been very public about it, what you would do if that happened. And what the issue at that time was whether or not to federalize elections, which again has constitutional issues, given the prerogatives of state legislatures to set the conditions under which elections are held. So if you've got a history of, you're arguing here, there's all these attacks on democracy, all I'm pointing out is that that was a very different standard in the last 4 years in the last administration, and particularly as it pertains to the legislative filibuster. That is an issue I don't think anybody here could argue. It's more connected to this institution than probably anything else. It gives voice to the minority. It requires collaboration and bipartisanship to do anything consequential. And at the time, everybody thought it was a good idea to preserve it. A couple years changed. The political winds in Washington changed, and all of a sudden, it was time to get rid of it. So we're going to vote on this nomination, but I think it's important to point out in the debate how many times an argument was made here on the floor by members on this side about attacks on democracy and going around or circumventing the authority and the power of the Article I branch of the government, the Congress, the Senate of the United States, by an executive branch. And yet here are three pretty, I would say, glaring examples of something done by the previous administration. Former Mayor Marion Barry once described his political philosophy as situationist. And I think when it comes to politics, we all have our views informed and changed perhaps over time. But these are some pretty striking, I think, and glaring examples of the inconsistency that is being applied to the current administration when, in fact, the previous administration of a different political party, came to some very aggressive conclusions with respect to how they wanted to modify and change and alter laws passed by this institution, the United States Senate. So, Madam President, I think it's time to vote, and let's proceed with the vote.
All time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I vote
Pursuant to Rule 7, no debate is permitted. Debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms.
The senator will suspend.
Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Hickenlooper.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Hirono.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane.
I vote no on a man who wants to...
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kelly.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. King.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mrs. Moody.
Aye.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Ossoff.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Padilla.
No debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Reed.
No debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Schiff.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer.
Mr. Schumer, you should know, pursuant to Rule...
Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms. Smith.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Warner.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Warnock.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Warren.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden.
No debate is permitted during a vote, sir. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Young.
The senator is not recorded. Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. Ma'am, the senator will suspend. I couldn't hear him. The senator is not recorded. Thank you. Sir.
On behalf of the taxpayers who've been insulted for too long, I vote aye.
Remember, sir, that
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tuberville. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Betterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote, and I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that all votes going forward be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. I got him. Mr. Heinrich. Thank you. No, I didn't. Mr. Hickenlooper.
Poor execution. Not long enough.
I got you.
Sorry.
Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got you. Yeah. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Yeah, we do. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee.
Thanks, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Did you? Yeah, it's okay. That's what I thought. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Okay. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. I got you. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. God. No? Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. I didn't. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. I got you. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. King, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kramer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be so. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Good job.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
No, don't. No. I used to work for Congressional Records a million years ago, and I would hang out over here. I was Tom. So, yeah. For some reason, it's less busy than well, because they're taking it's going to be early.
Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven,
Good job. Thank you for
Mr.
saying
Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hirono, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive
Majority
session to
Leader.
consider calendar number 18.
Question is on the motion. There a sufficient second? There appears to be. We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer,
was like, I think that's me. I was so, and it's right now, on the other side.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, see. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, thank you, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, I did get you, thank you. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, that's who it was, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. I got you. Mrs. Shaheen. Thank you. Mr. Grassley. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting, you did. In the affirmative, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran? Aye. Thank you. I had to. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Mr. Graham, aye. You did, thank you. She already voted, right? Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, and Welch. Somebody's in there that I...
White House no.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Lankford, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Smith, no.
Clerk will record the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be Director.
The clerk will record the motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection?
I move to proceed.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah, right, Rick.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,
No, wait. Yeah, there's just three, Marianne. That's fine. I'll get more. Thank you.
Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Gaines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 17.
Questions on the motion?
For the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
No, there's not.
Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
Hey, Chris,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just paying attention.
don't, you guys screwing me up. You don't want that. Don't do that. Because then I'm going to say no. And then we'll do it the hard way.
Shots. McCormick, thank you. Dane.
Aye.
Fisher. Rounds. Mr. Bennett. Thanks. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. I did, thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoban, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Thank you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. I do, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. I got you both. Thank you. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Thank you. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. No. Gotcha. Thank you. Yes, now I do. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. Yes. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Murphy, senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bennett, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. Clerk will record the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of California to be Secretary.
But this one's just going to ledge, so.
Okay.
Guess what?
Are we in?
Majority Leader.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will record.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators, as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Is there objection? No objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo.
She's got it in her hand.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, I guess that's Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. King, no.
Okay.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, how long was
Majority
the last
Leader.
vote? How long was the last vote?
11 minutes.
Okay. For the balance of the votes, Mr. President, we're going to ask members to stay in their seats, senators to stay in their seats, and we're going to move through this just as quickly as we possibly can. So we're going to have the clerk call the roll, and if people in their seats, we ought to be able to do these in 5 to 7 minutes. So I move to proceed to consider calendar number 19.
The question is on the motion.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Thank you. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoban. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Oh, you're back there. Thank you. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy. I didn't forget you. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Van Hoen. You got him. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. This vote, the yeas are 52.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. Report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Howard Lutnick of New York to be Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Howard Lutnick of New York to be Secretary of Commerce, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names to be waived.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I'm going to move here to go to legislative session in just a minute, but I'm going to point out that these next noms that are coming up are bipartisan noms. We're coming up on the Department of Agriculture Secretary, whose nomination was reported out of the Senate Agriculture Committee unanimously. Not a single dissenting vote. So it seems like we might be able to expedite this a little bit. I don't know how long that last vote took, but we're going to keep grinding away here, and hopefully we can do better on this next one. So I would ask that we move that we proceed to legislative session.
Yeas and nays.
Questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane.
Been up for a while.
Mr. Kelly.
No, I'm good. Shockingly.
Mr. Kennedy.
But I don't like the idea of dropping.
Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
But no homework.
Mr. Merkley.
Right? No school. Let's keep it then. I mean,
Mrs. Moody.
your school, is it 10 for school?
Mr. Moran.
Homework is 10, 11.
Mr. Moreno.
Homework's 9. So you're good.
Mr. Mullen.
Oh, well.
Ms.
Like
Murkowski.
order then.
Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren.
Do you need more water, sir?
Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse,
Okay.
Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kelly, no.
Yeas are 51, nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 16.
Questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. You said no, okay. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran? Aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Markey? No.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins of Texas to be secretary.
Mr. President, again,
order.
I'm going to send a cloture motion to the desk on a nominee that came out of the Ag Committee 23-0. I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Brooke Rollins of Texas to be Secretary of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators as follows.
May the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move that we proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Bozeman.
No.
Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Sorono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Fall, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
T to the L.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Peters? No. Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Booker? No.
Mr. Schatz? No.
The ayes are 53, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 20.
Questions on the motion?
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Gotcha, guys. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Baldwin. Okay, wait. Baldwin. Ricketts. Here now. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Cruz. Johnson. Capito. I got you.
You say you got me.
I did. Thank you. I did get you. Thank you. Corny. Thank you. I do. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Gotcha. Passing. Smith. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ernst, Cassidy, Ernst, Sanders. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Curtis. Lee. Gotcha. Lee. Houston. Danes. Moran.
You guys have a good weekend. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you. Mr. Wyden. Thank you. Warner. Gotcha. Yep. Slacking. Okay, Warner.
White House, no, if you don't mind.
I will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Got you. I got you too. I do. Thank you. Thank you.
That's not fair. That was unfair.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Have a good weekend. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slatkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Bozeman, aye.
The ayes are 53, nays are 45. The ayes are 53, the nays are 45. The motion is approved. The clerk will report the nomination.
Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler of Georgia to be administrator.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kelly Loeffler of Georgia to be administrator of the Small Business Administration, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection. Okay. Senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business for debate only, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 66, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 66, supporting the goals and ideals of Career and Technical Education Month.
Is there objection to proceeding with the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 29, an act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, February 10, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume executive calendar number 18, Tulsi Gabbard. Finally, that the Senate vote at 5:30 p.m. on the motion to invoke cloture on the Gabbard nomination.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.